Very quickly, we would like to go to the welcome address. But before I go to the welcome address, may I recognize some of our very important personalities who are already here. But I want to begin with those who actually brought us here and made us to be here. Can we welcome our students? Come on, clap for our students, everyone. Students, are you clapping for yourselves?
We want to use this opportunity to welcome all the parents that are here present. I want to say that wherever you are seated, please remain there. But we'll expect all the PTA committee members to be here in front. So all invited, the PTA chairman and the vice chairperson. Also want to use this opportunity to state the MCs for today's event. We have MSC Okulu. Please let us give them a round of applause. We are fortunate and blessed also to have two MCs for today. Then we'll be having the second parent MC in the person of Mrs. Aigogo. Then we have very powerful guest speakers today. We'll be having Mr. Kelechi Amadiu. We will also be having Mrs. Pimpe Adebambo. Miss Pimpe Adebambo. Then, speaking virtually, online, we'll be having Mrs. Pimpe Adebambo. She won't be here physically, she'll be speaking to us virtually. Then, last but not the least, we'll also be having a speaker who is the person of Miss Iviera Leso. Once again, I want to welcome the PTA chairman, Mr. Edwin Kwan, and also the PTA chairperson, the person of Mrs. Apakama. They've been with us for some time now, and we're very grateful. Also want to welcome all the parents that are with us online and also here virtually, all the religious, the teachers, all the members of the staff, and also our vibrant students, all the reasons. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
I feel very strongly that the students won't be comfortable if we keep talking. So we'd like to hand over to the students and see if they have something to say very quickly.
Káàárọ̀ gbogbo kùtùmùwà tí ó péjọ sí yìí lónìí. Orúkọ mi ni Adérìsọ́lá Ọmọjọba. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ibi ayẹyẹ tí a pè ní Stream Week. Òní jẹ́ ọjọ́ karùn-ún ti ọ̀sẹ̀ àkójọpọ̀ yìí. Lónìí, ẹ ó ti rí pé àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ti kíláàsì kejì àgbà wà nínú aṣọ aláwọ̀ ọsàn. Ìdí ni pé ìgbìmọ̀ ètò yìí ní ìgbìmọ̀ ètò ọjọ́ òní yàn láàyò. Oríṣiríṣi ètò alárinrin ni a ti là kalẹ̀ láti gbogbo kí ọjọ́ òní dùn kí ó lóyún. Ẹ jókòó kí ẹ fẹ̀yìntì kí ẹ gbádùn àwọn ètò wa òní. Ẹ ṣé.
Ụtụtụ ọma ndị niile bịara ebe a ụbọchị taa. Aha m bụ Ọgbadikeobi. N'ọnụ ụbọchị nke ise n'ime mmemme anyị nke ndị bekee na-akpọ Stream. Ụbọchị taa bụ ụbọchị ndị mara ka esi agụ akwụkwọ, asụ asụsụ ya na ise ihe osise nke ọma. Site n'isiokwu nke anyị na-eleba anya n'izu ụka nke bụ amamihe n'ebe ọ dị ukwuu nke na-enweghị ọgwụgwụ. Unu lee anya, unu ga-ahụ na ụmụ akwụkwọ nke nọ na nzere nke isi ya kwa nke na-acha oroma, nke ndị bekee na-akpọ orange, bụ nke ndị ngalaba na ọtụtụ bụ ihe anyị kwadoro ụbọchị taa ga-aga nke ọma. Anyị chọrọ ka unu nọdụ ala, wetuo egwu ma were anya unu kirie lee anyị niile. Daalụ.
Nakwana Kilwa Snana Equipment Zaram Sana Kudazua Gakwana Kiyar Nashuru Wande Kira Stream Yao Ninaga Fasaha Sarida Saki Kirawa Kill Uche Yaka Yao Kongani Dabi Babama Karanta Gianami Susa Kaya Wande Sabuda Shini Kwanti Zani Suva Zani Munshiria Abubwa Miyawa Munchika Ayakan Nanya Tatafida Kiao Sabuda Dukwayana Abubwa Dukankuku Zana Shakatawa Pimakuri Ranana Mugori.
Bonjour tout le monde présent ici aujourd'hui. Je m'appelle Itele. Chers parents, chers invités, soyez la bienvenue au 5e jour de notre programme. Jour des arts, nous aimons la créativité reposante au-delà de la limite. Vous remarquez les élèves de SS2 habillés du compte orange parce que c'est la couleur choisie par le comité d'organisation. Nombreuses sont les activités qui ont été planifiées afin que ce jour soit intéressant. Nous aimerions que vous vous asseyez confortablement, relaxez-vous, détendez-vous et prenez plaisir de cette journée pour devant de vous. Merci.
I'm very sure most of you didn't understand what they just said, but do not worry, I'm here for you. With you here
today is your very own One Achitumi, the English version of the excellent MCs for today. I would like to welcome all of you to the 5th day of this stream week, which is the Arts Day. If you notice, all SS2 girls are beautifully seated in front, wearing the orange t-shirt, which is the official color for the Arts Day. The color orange interprets a creativity, a blend of talent, blend of colors, and a blend of different things, which include red, orange, and different things. Now, I would like to endeavor all of you to sit back, relax, and enjoy as you prepare for a very fun-filled day. Thank you.
You're set for a great time this morning. Art is beautiful. Please put hands together for arts. Thank you. At this point, we need to go on to the address, welcome address, and it will be delivered by our very own school registrar, Mr. Abel Kennedy. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Abel.
Thank you very much, Mark. The provincial leadership team, ably represented by Sister Josephine Tiab, the SSL provincial team member in charge of education, our principal, Sister Matilda Adeboye SSL, the sisters of St. Louis here present, with a particular reverence for Sister Man. You're welcome, sister. Invited guests, Louisans at home and in diaspora, our global audience, staff and students, I say good morning to you all. I welcome you all to the 5th day of our stream week. Our letter of emphasis for today in the acronym STREAM is the letter A. In the past 4 days, we have been of assistance to our siblings. When the science team was having their day, the first day, the people of the arts were there. On the second day, when the technologists were busy, we offered a helping hand. On the third day, when we went to God, our Creator, the epitome of creativity, we were also there then. Yesterday, the economists were here. But what would the economists have done without the people of the arts? Some will say, these people of the arts, what is in this art self in our local balance? But I want to assure you that there's so much in the arts that we will see and witness today in the course of the program. Today is our day, a day set aside to showcase the creative ingenuity of our students, staff, parents, and guests associated with the humanities. Our sub-theme for today is creativity at its finest, beyond the limit. In the words of Edward Bono, creativity involves the breaking out of established patterns in order to look at things in a different way. You will be privileged to hear and see things from the different perspectives of someone like Mr. Kelechi Amadiobi on the topic, Art Speaks, a Universal Language of Expression. And those of our other esteemed guest speakers, Ms. Adetambo Adebimpe, who will be joining us virtually, and Ivierawo Leso, who will be having our own presentation live in this auditorium. The live graffiti session is one I am particularly looking forward to. We'll also be spicing the day with thrilling drama presentations, talk shows, and games, while our linguists and writers in the French and creative writing clubs and LCA groups will take us through a blend of talents. Awards will equally be presented to deserving students in the arts. The day will end with an art exhibition of works produced by our students and staff in the visual arts unit of the school and the creative arts and crafts LCAs. I will implore us to listen and watch with rapt attention. Distinguished guests, dear parents, join us as I invite you to take a dive with me, not into a stream, but into an ocean of creativity without borders. And in the end, the experience will be a lifetime one. On behalf of the entire LOUISVILLE family, I would like to once again say bienvenue, et káàbọ̀, salut de joie. No, you are all welcome. Thank you very much. Viewers all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends, once again, I'd like us to put our hands together for Mr. Abel. What a very impressive speech by an artist. I today want to use this opportunity to crown Mr. Abel a wordsmith. Come on, put your hands together for him. May I quickly recognize the following parents that are around. Mrs. Kenneth Etemadide, Mrs. Agoho Etemadide. Are you clapping? Mrs. Chioma Chimaochem and Manuela Chimaochem. Osalu Mese Aibogun, Nehita Aibogun, Mr. Matthew Omwaka. You are all welcome. Pardon my phonetics of our indigenous language. Students, anything I say, but what I just want you to do is to say arts. Can I hear you say arts? We spice up life. We speak in pictures. We speak in imagery. We speak in images. We speak in songs. We speak in poems. We speak in writings. We speak through imagery. We speak through photos. We speak through literature. We speak through the drama. Come on, put your hands together. It's creativity at its finest, beyond the limit, and our color is orange. The next item on this program is Speak Out. And naturally, we want everyone to practice how to speak so that when you have issues, burning issues in your life, you can speak out. You must have learned how to speak first to be able to meet a counselor and say, I'm going through this challenge, so anything I say speak out. When you have a challenge, when you're in trouble, when you need help, when you are happy, when you are sad, put your hands together as we welcome Mrs. Ajayi and members of our team. Mrs. Ajayi is going to invite the students participating and she will tell us who our judges are today. Thank you.
I can't hear your clap. I can't hear you. We are here to speak out. We are here to speak out. But a few students will speak out on our behalf so that we'll learn the art of speaking out. I'm handing the mic over to Mrs. Ajayi Oyindamola to invite this participant.
All right, good morning, everyone. All right, the girls that will be participating in the Speak Out today are Okofo Ashioma, she'll be representing GSS 1. Please come forward. Let's encourage the girls as they come forward. Amaji Kansiyo Choko, she'll be representing GSS 2. Okochukwu Chukwu, GSS 3. Please let's encourage these girls as they come out. Amarisa Ojekwa, SS1. For SS2, we have Emmanuela Ibade. SS3, we have Bankole Oye Consola. Do you have them? Please add to your steps to be on your way. Add to your steps. We don't have all day. All right, and our judges for this morning for this program is Mr. Peter Okwe and Mr. Banire. Please let's clap them. Let's clap them. Our judges. So girls, welcome. You will be picking a ballot to pick your topic for today. But before then, the judges will have to read out the rules guiding the Speak Out to you. Please let me hand over to the judges to do that while I give out the ballots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ajayi. Thank you, everybody. Please, these are the rules guiding the game. 1. No hesitation killers. 2. No use of colloquials. 3. At the point you pause, you get disqualified. Thank you.
Hello, girls. Hello, girls. Hello, girls. There's somebody very important in our midst. Our own father. I can't hear you clap. Thank you. I want to recognize and invite the PTA chairman, Mr. Edwin Wago. Please to come to the front. I can't hear your clap. Maybe I will encourage him to come.
I thought you're still clapping. We will not stop clapping until the PTA chairman takes a seat. Come on, clap some more. Keep clapping until he takes a seat. You're welcome, sir. The PTA chairman has been with us since yesterday, and he will be with us till the end of this program. He will leave on Monday. We won't allow him go until Monday. May I quickly recognize one of our guest speakers, Miss Miss Iviera Woleso. Make some noise, girls. Come on. You're welcome.
I don't know why you are not clapping loudly today. Maybe because of the stress of the bonfire last night. Just can you put your hands together? It is not over until Saturday. So we keep clapping. Thank you.
Okay, Jessica, Amarita, where are you? SS1. Okay, since she's not here, Ama Ojekari, where are you? That means you'll be representing our sex. Please encourage her, encourage her.
The balloting has been done. Each contestant will come forward, read out what is on our paper, and then according to the judges. Sorry, it has not been given. They will come out and speak out based on the topic that have been chosen. Ms. Ajayi, we're going to begin with JSS1. Maybe the judges should read out the rules once again, especially as it affects them, time and other things. Please, quickly.
Please, time allotted to this is 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so we start now. 2 minutes. Speak on it. You tell us the topic you have chosen and then you talk for 2 minutes. Thank you.
My topic is if
And Sunday away.
If I was the Minister of Transportation, if I were the Minister of Transportation, I would start. Where do you think when you come to transportation? You think of vehicles and roads. What about those using the vehicles or those using the roads? If I were the Minister of Transportation, I would make sure each citizen of Nigeria is properly educated on road safety to reduce the chances of accidents. Yes, roads and vehicles are important, but those who use them are more important. I would take my time to make sure each citizen has enough education and has enough knowledge on the roads and how to use them. We need to know how to use traffic lights. We need to know how to use turning points. We need to reduce the chances of accidents in our country. The second point, if I were the Minister of Education, I would make sure each vehicle is properly maintained. People have vehicles and their bumpers are gone. Their windscreens are broken. Their side mirrors aren't even there. Is that really a vehicle anymore? If I were the Minister of Transportation, I would make sure that each vehicle is equipped and maintained to proper standards so it can be classified enough as a vehicle. Other countries, you see them riding the latest models, the latest everything, and Nigeria, we are still using last decade. I would make sure that each car is moving with the transportation system so that we can be equipped. We cannot fight in education, sure. We cannot fight in technology. But let us tell them that Nigeria is safe. Let us tell them that on our roads, you can walk and you can make sure the driver is looking at you. Pedestrians cross. Everybody knows pedestrian crosses. But they look back, they shake. They are afraid that a car might come out of nowhere and hit them. We will make sure that zebra crossings are not just paintings on the road, but they actually mean something to citizens of Nigeria.
Wow. 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 Well, please, you can be louder, please. Thank you very much. That was somebody in JSS1. I don't think I can speak for 2 minutes without any filler or something. Maybe I will go to her to coach me on the art of speaking. Please, another round of applause for her. The mic now goes to JSS2 contestants.
The topic was if I were to be president of Nigeria. First of all, if I were to be the president of Nigeria, I will start with the main problem, or the main causes of problem in Nigeria, which is corruption. I will start by getting rid of the corrupt leaders, the ministers in office, and make the government system a better place. I will put more responsible leaders with morals, which will lead to the better sectors. Because better health ministers lead to better health sectors, better financial ministers lead to better finances, and better education ministers lead to the better education sector. Secondly, I will provide more job opportunities for the youth, because the main causes of corruption is unemployment of youth. I'll create more job opportunities. I'll create more job opportunities. I'll create more job opportunities by providing better jobs, equipping the youth with better skills that will further development of the country. I'll provide a better education system so the youth have the right moral and values, because it's not only academics that make a country better, it's the morals. I feel like if a country has better morals, the youth are brought up in a better way, and illegal practices and corruption will stop.
Secondly, I will improve the health sector. There will be better hospitals, better healthcare treatment. There will be better hospitals, better healthcare treatment, and a better health system of Nigeria. And I will also improve foreign relations with other countries. I will increase the exportation of countries to boost the income. Because Nigeria focuses major on imports, but I feel like if we can produce our own goods, if we can produce our own goods, develop the agricultural sectors and the mining sectors in Nigeria, we can empower the youth and we produce more exports, leading to the boost of the economy of the country. And will make the economy better so that Nigeria will not be looked upon as a third world country anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For the sake of the audience, whenever the time is up, music will come up to indicate that once you listen, you hear the music, means your time is up. You're speaking for 2 minutes. That was the representative of JS2. The mic goes to Ichuku in JSS3. Thank you.
Hello and a very good day to everyone present. My name is Ogochukwu and the topic I picked is, if I were the Minister of Finance, what would I do? I have a question for you all, and that is, if you were the Minister of Finance, what would you do? Well, what I would do can be summarized in 2 points. First, it is the proper allocation of budget, and second, stop devaluing. Now, proper allocation of budget. It is very obvious that in Nigeria, the main problem we have is bribery and corruption, and also the improper allocation of budget to the different sectors that we have. If budget is allocated properly to the different sectors, then of course things will get better. And now, stop devaluing. As a pound is almost 500 naira, or is 500 naira, going into 1,000 naira. How can that help Nigeria? It cannot. Nigeria is supposed to be the giant of Africa. How can it be the giant of Africa if all this is going on? We are rolling Nigeria down a hill that we cannot bring it back up. And therefore, if I were the Minister of Finance, I would make sure that devaluing is absolutely eradicated. Thank you.
Thank you. That was 1 minute and 20 seconds. Please, can you give her more round of applause? SS1, it's your time.
The topic I picked was, if I were the Minister of Health. Firstly, I want to ask you a question. If any of you were to have a surgery, what are the chances of you traveling to Russia to do it? Or traveling to India? Firstly, I'm not disregarding the efficiency of traditional medicine, but then it's not going to help us. If we keep putting all our hopes into traditional medicine, we're probably not going to end up getting better. So if I were the Minister of Health, I will make sure that the health facilities in Nigeria are good enough so we don't always have to travel abroad. And how exactly do I plan to do that? Firstly, I'll make sure that every single health center is registered, because we all know about quack doctors who have gotten their patients killed, or sometimes even worse than they started out. So that's definitely going to be a priority for me. And we can never disregard the impact of technology in our lives. So one of the major issues of health in Nigeria is the technological advancement of hospitals. I have been to a hospital that I had to wait to get my ultrasound done, and then when I looked at the ultrasound machine, I was asking myself if that was a 1960 computer or something that is actually meant to efficiently check what was wrong with me. Then apart from all those things, we also have a major problem of homes. The homes are not clean enough to have healthy citizens. So I will reintroduce sanitation, because that really did a lot for us. And people don't just do things without benefits. So there will be sanitation with benefits. There will be prizes, there will be money, because Nigerians love money, we can't lie. There will be money for people who actually
got their houses cleanest, like in different communities. And obviously, with that kind of motivation, people want to keep their houses clean, even if they don't want, even if they know they're not going to get the prices, because that is true. So, sanitation, making better healthcare facilities. And thirdly, I know that if I were the health
That was that. You can be louder, please. Yeah, without wasting much of your time, let me hand the mic over to the contender for SS2.
Good day to everyone present. The topic I picked was if I were the Minister of Education. First off, I would provide free education to students. Let me let you know a few facts about this country. One, we all know that we have a very, very porous financial system. We have so many leakages in our economy, which do not enable us to properly allocate budgets for things they are meant for. Our ministers are so corrupt and greedy that the money allocated to the educational system is being looted by them. I would eradicate corrupt officers and provide free education to students so as to enable a knowledgeable society. Two, I would make sure that teachers are effective. Without teachers being effective, the education system would be a terrible one. If the teachers are not effective in their duties, such as the teachers we have in Louisville today, teachers may go to class, eat, sleep, and not even do anything to educate the students. And finally, three, I would ensure the payment of salaries to teachers as at when due. Sometimes people are ineffective due to the fact that they are not being paid for anything that they do. I would make sure that I pay people because it is their right and they have done their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, but you can be louder once again, please. Thank you. Thank you. Because of time, I won't say much. The mic goes to the contender for SS3.
Good day to everyone present. The topic I was given was if I were the president of youth, sports and culture, what would I do? What would I do? That's the question. If I were the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the first thing I would do was to work hand in hand with the Minister of Education to ensure the teaching of native languages in all schools across Nigeria. First of all, I'd like to ask all the Lghs who can honestly speak their native language. Not many. Not many. That's the problem. This act I would do would solve the problem of our culture being wiped away by the porous activities of our predecessors. Thank you. The second point I have is to provide enough sports facilities for children. In our country, we see children playing on the main roads because they don't have enough sports facilities. We see them playing with basketballs in the middle of the road and cars hit them, they die. And we ask, what is the problem? By the provision of many sports facilities, children will be able to play in safe and conducive places. Thank you. Another point I have, as a Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, one last thing I do is to have many sports competitions whereby the children are able to compete. Children are motivated to compete more, to participate more in sports when there are prizes attached. That's the honest truth. If I knew that there was going to be a prize attached to something, what would prevent me from participating in that activity? Thank you. With these 3 points, I hope I have convinced you that if I was Minister of Youth and Sports, once again, I remain Oyinkansola Bankole. I hope I've convinced you that I'll be a good Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture.
Thank you. Please, you can be louder. Yes, my heart is beating. It's eviction time. Eviction time. Eviction time, girls. It's eviction time. Who leaves the house? This is Louisville Stream Week house? Who leaves the house? It's time for eviction. Certain speakers will be evicted, and then the others will go for the last round. Yes, judges, please. Music. Yes, eviction time. Yes, I've said that. Eviction time. Some, oh, okay. They are there to carry their load, to carry your seat, to probably carry you. Eviction time. 3 speakers must leave the house when the judges are ready. And we have 3 finalists. Eviction time. Judges, please. Who leaves? Who stays?
The candidates representing JSS2, the candidate representing SS1, the candidate representing SS3. Leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you. It has been wonderful. Thank you. Because of our time, please, thank you. This is the final round. We have 3 speakers, JSS1, JSS3, and SS2 students or classes being represented. I'll call on Mrs. Ajay to bring out the topic for the final round for them to make their choices. This is the final round. We're going to start with the senior class, which is the SS2. But I'll give you some seconds to look through your topic and possibly you have 5 seconds.
Okay, Mr. Lee, may I add that at this point, they have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 3 minutes. I will ask that you give them a round of applause as the first speaker comes up to give us a final.
The topic I was given is, if I were the female president of Nigeria. I have 3 points here with me today, but I would only like to explain 2 to you. The first one is to empower other women. If I, as a person, have been empowered, I believe that I should return the favor to other people and also empower them. We all know that what a woman can do, or what a man can do rather, a woman can do better. So if I were to be the president of this country, I would empower my fellow women so that the power would not die just with me. Secondly, I would assist other widows and children who are being marginalized. We all know that the situation widows face in this country is not one to be spoken about. They are made to shave their hair. They are made to give up their husband's properties. Some are even made to marry other people in their husband's families. Why should human beings be treated as such? If I were to be the female president of Nigeria, I would abolish all traditionalist beliefs and help my fellow women as I have been helped. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Those are the things you will do. Can you give her another round of applause, please? While if I were the Minister for Women Affairs was going on, our guest speaker for the first topic this morning, Mr. Amadi, came up with his lovely wife. Please, can you give them a round of applause? I can't hear you. Welcome, sir. Okay, so the mic goes to the contestant representing JSS3. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, again. The question I have here is, if I were the president of the youth movement of Nigeria, what would I do? So I suppose that if I were the president of the youth movement of Nigeria, I would be fighting for the rights that I have been excluded from, fighting for the country that I have always known but have never been a part of, fighting to be employed, fighting to be heard, fighting to be schooled, fighting for everything that I have not been given. And so, as the president of the youth movement of Nigeria, I will fight with all of my might so that I and the generation after me will be given the rights that we all deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. That was that. If you listen when I introduced our guest, I said his lovely wife. Because someone has just said traditionalist oppressing women. I didn't want to subsume her under the name of, so I went to get her name. So I was told that the name is Julia Amadi Obi. So can you give your round of applause for her? Thank you. So Mrs. Julia Amadi Obi, you are welcome. Now we have our last speaker, JSS1 student. The person representing JSS1 to give us our position. 3 minutes.
Good day, everyone. My topic is, if I were the principal of Louisville Girls High School. Louisville Girls High School is such an amazing school on its own. If I were given the position, there is so little I could do to contribute to its success. But first, did you know there are times that they ring the last bell and I haven't fetched my buckets? Did you know there are times that they ring last bell? I am coming out of school and my friend is coming from laundry, bucket empty. If I were the principal of Louisville Girls High School, I would increase the tap inside the dormitory area. It is not fair that students hustle and bounce their setmates just to fetch water. It is not fair that students will go to other houses just to fetch water. It was invented, the pouring bowl ration. In the night, instead of staying and waiting for your position in line, you would go to each house's tap just to get one pouring bowl. Did you know I have calculated that I need 11 pouring bowls to have a complete bath? Did you know that I need only 7 pouring bowls to have a complete bath? Some people get smaller buckets or bigger buckets to further improve their bathing ratio. It is not fair. If I were the principal of Louisville Girls High School, I would increase the tap ratios. Then we have swallow. We have small swallow and we have large swallow. I would increase the servings for other foods. If I am not feeling fine, it has never happened that I would have food and I would simply take my food out. But why, if I'm feeling fine, I would want extra? I do not like getting up to hustle for extra. So if I were the principal of LGHS, I would make the extra serving. You can have your large serving, your small serving, your medium serving. Those who do summer bodies can have their small serving and be okay. They say if you want food, just simply take your food when they are serving. But do you know you are tempted by the fact that there is still extra food? How would your summer body even work out? But tell them, I want a small serving. I'm on a diet, please. If I was the principal of LGHS, I would make sure that when it rains, students are provided an alternative reading space. It is before exam, and I am battling with flies. I am using my umbrella, using my flashlight to read. If I fail my exam, I tell them, sorry, it's rained. It does not make any sense. I would provide each class or each student an alternative reading space or a method to cope with these flies and these insects that constantly pest us every time it rains. Thank you.
Yes. She can be louder if she were the principal of LGAS. Okay, thank you very much. We've heard from the speakers. We'll allow the judges to make their input. Judges, your observations, please, quickly.
This Sunday,
it could not get better than this. Well, speaking spontaneously and being emphatic. Very nice. Good girls, good ideas. Wishes, wishes, wishes. Good. Please, may I correct this? When somebody said, my fellow widows, that presupposes you are a widow. And I think it has become a tradition for us in Louisville to know how to pronounce Louisville. I think I heard Louisville more than 3 times. I hope I was not deceived by my ears. All the way, please, much as you will use space, overuse of space is not good. All these are pointers to future uses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ope Peters. I think what you should know is that the girls didn't have idea of the topics you spoke on before now. They just got this and they got up to speak. Like, it's wonderful. I don't think I could have done that. Can you give them another round of applause, please? Please. So, without wasting much time, I'm inviting the school MCs to handle the award. They are going to be giving prizes for this effort. Thank you very much, the MCs, Mr. Akinola and Mr. Obutuashi.
Hello, parents, students, guests, and friends, viewers all over the world. You all agree with me that when you have a smart child, you have a problem in your hands. Is that true? True to a degree. I want to say that I like the fact that she first acknowledged the fact that there's hardly any new thing the principal of LGHS would want to do because of the many good things that Sister Matilda has done. A round of applause for that. At the same time, I'd like to quote Olarotimi Nubasi once wrote that if a houseboy cannot match his master face to face, he aims for the master's favorite pet. Now, we speak for the intellectuals, and I'm sure that we all understand what I'm trying to talk about. Louisville girls may not have had the opportunity to now say, okay, this is what more we want you to do. And the GS1 girl just sees that opportunity to say, okay, this is something more that you can do. Come on, put your hands together.
Actually, Mr. Obutuashi, she spoke on the topic given to her.
Yes.
So she's just expressive.
Very expressive.
She's just a speaker.
She's the speaker.
She's just spoken out her mind.
And of course, she has brought variety to spice up the day.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, put your hands together for these wonderful speakers. While we wait for the judges' compilation, we want to quickly bring up a Yoruba poem. Help me welcome Onomusi from GSS 3. Keep clapping until she gets here. Onomusi.
You can stand up. You can stand and leave now. Just stand.
SS2 girls, 3 persons to help them. 3 persons to help them. You're special. Let them help you with your seat. Come on. Put your hands together for these girls as they go. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Onomusi, where are you? Beautiful.
Káàárọ̀ ọ̀gá iléèwé, ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ̀yin olùkọ́, ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ̀yin òbí wa, ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ̀yin akẹ́kọ̀ọ́, ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ̀yin gbogbo túùsì. Orúkọ mi ni Ọmọ́wùmí ọmọ Ọ̀nàmúsì. Màá sì máa sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí ewì. Àkórí ewì mi á sì dá lé lórí ìwà. Ìwà, ìwà, ìwà. Ìwà rere lẹ̀ṣọ́ ènìyàn, ìwà lọba àwúre, ìwà lẹwà ọmọ ènìyàn. Bí o kọ́lé ogún, bí o ní ẹgbẹgbẹ̀rún ìwọ̀fà, ṣé arẹwà ni ọ́ tó ń gùn ọ́ gàràgàrà? Àbí ọkọ̀ olówó iyebíye tí o ní, òun ló ń jẹ ọ́ lójú? Ṣé nítorí ipò ọlá tí o wà ní mú ọ ṣègbéraga? Rántí pé asán bá ń sán ni, asán lórí asán, ìwà rere la fi ń lo yé ayé gbó, ìwà lọba àwúre. Dákun má ṣe rẹ́ ọmọdé jẹ, jọ̀ọ́ bọ̀wọ̀ fágbàlagbà. Àbẹ́yìn ò rí ìyàwó ilé, ìyàwó tó sọ̀wànù ó lóun ò mórí ọkọ wáyé ilé mo sún ní gbẹ̀yìn wọn ẹ tún wọkọ alágídí ọdọọdún láyà ń kó jáde nínú ilé wọn á pààrọ̀ ìyàwó bí ẹni ń pààrọ̀ aṣọ ọjọ́ alẹ́ ni wọ́n fi ń ṣeré ìgbẹ́yìn ní dolókun àdá jọ̀wọ́ tètè ronúpìwàdà kó yàwá rere láàyè bí ó sì rí ẹni tí ó ń ṣègbéraga jọ̀wọ́ yàgò fún wọn má ṣe mú wọn lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ àgùntàn tí ó bá bá ajá rìn dandan ni kó jẹ ẹ̀gbẹ́ ẹ̀dá tó bá níwà rere ohun gbogbo ni irú wọn ní bí ó sì kù dẹ̀dẹ̀ kí wọ́n jù sí kòtò ẹ̀san ìwà rere á kó wọn yọ òjò ẹ̀sìn ẹni sọ̀wànù sísù dẹ̀dẹ̀ ọjọ́ ẹlẹ́yà wọn mọ́lé àbámọ̀ ní gbẹ̀yìn irú wọn ìwà ní gbé ní dépò ọlá ìwà ní gbé ní dépò ọlá ẹ ṣé.
Mr. Oni has asked me to do a summary of all that she has said. And I'm wondering whether I should do it in Hausa, English, or Yoruba. Well, what she has just said is that it is good for us to have good values, good attitude, good culture. To be cultured. That's the summary. Thank you.
ọmọge awẹ́lẹ̀wà tó ń dá wa lọ́rùn ilé owó ni ó wọ̀ ṣáyá ilé ọ̀la ni ó wọ̀ ṣáyá o.
Well, the results are ready. Well, to help us with the presentation of the kit to the participants is
help us welcome Mrs. Julia Amadi. Are you clapping? Mrs. Julia Amadi will be keep clapping. You will help us with the presentation of it. And we're going to start with the third position. We are agreeing here that the judges should call the name so that we are not accused of any form of malpractice. So, for transparency's sake, third position goes to
Emanuela Iwade.
Make some noise for Emanuela Iwade. Congratulations, Emanuela Iwade. Good speaker. Second position goes to
Okofu Ashoma.
Okofu Ashawa. Make some noise for Okofu. Congratulations, Okofu. Keep clapping until she gets here. Come on, step up. Congratulations. Emanuela Ashiom. Okofu Ashoma. Congratulations. And the first position goes to
Ogochukwu.
Come on, make some noise for Ogochukwu. Congratulations to GSS3 class. Are you clapping GS3? Beautiful.
We're about to take the first talk this morning. And to do justice to this or introduce our first speaker is one of our parents. We call her today our parent MC. But just before I bring her up, I'd love to thank the judges for the beautiful work they have done for us. Please help me celebrate them, thank them. Thank you very much, judges. Ladies and gentlemen, staff and students, parents in attendance, help me welcome MSc Ukolo as she takes or introduces our first speaker this morning. She is an author, a writer. Oh, please tell me. Please tell me. Arts, not ordinary. Which one they miss this?
Thank you very much. In all the continents, Africa, North America, South America, Asia, Oceania, Europe, and even Antarctica, you will find his work in every standard museum and art gallery. But let me take you to the beginning. Please, next time when you are traveling and you get to Owerri, linger a while. It was there on the 29th of December. It was a Monday, yes, a Monday, when Mrs. Teresa Amadiobi went into labor and was delivered of a bouncing baby boy, her sixth child. When her husband, Justice Sylvester Amadiobi, saw the one that the Lord had done, he called his people, piano, 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 solunum Kelechi. So the boy became Kelechi and marched off to Library Avenue Primary School. There, while the other little children were busy learning how to scribble, he was using his hand as a camera lens to focus on the teacher. Yes, am I getting it? Next, he was drawing the teacher. The teacher became alarmed and invited the mother, an educationist. Mrs. Teresa Amadiobi stored this in her heart, knowing that the moment lies in the future, it will come. From there, he went on to Government College Umuahia. Now, please think of the immortal author Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe, the unforgettable poet, Christopher Kibo, and you begin to understand what Government College Umuahia represents. He wasn't done. From there, he went on to University of Nigeria, Nsukka. There, he studied law. But after that, he kept seeing light, aesthetics, magic, and how to blend these three together. This is not what law could carry. Did I tell you that on a day that started like just any other day, suddenly the air became enchanted like a cloud of scent? That was the day Kelechi set eyes on Julia. And between them, just the two of them, they have not one, not two, not three, 4 lovely kids. Kelechi Amadiobi is a man who loves to spend time with his family, as you can see. He's also a man who deeply fears the Lord. Prissy, am I not correct? The principal, Reverend Sister Matilda Adeboye, staff, management, the PTA chairman, ever supportive parents, invited guests, and our beloved and wonderful daughters. May I present to you the consummate artist, lawyer turned supra photographer, painter, dancer, to take us beyond the limits of our comprehension and perception about art. Please put your hands and your feet together for Kelechi Amadiobi.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That has got to be the most amazing introduction I've ever heard anybody give anybody. So I'm truly humbled and honored to be here with you, and it's a beautiful, beautiful gathering. As I was leaving, Julia reminded me that the color today is orange, so I did my best to come close to your orange color. And, and in tandem with the arts, if some of you have studied the color wheel, orange is the complete opposite of blue in the color wheel. They are called complementary colors. So the colors we are having here are quite entertaining to the eyes in the way they interact. The first thing I wanted to tell you people was a little bit about my background, but I don't think I could have done it better than her. So she has taken you on that journey. And art is something that sometimes it defies definition. Well, most times. Because, you know, an artwork is supposed to be original, right? That means you need to seek something new. And sometimes, when trying to be original, you will search in the realm of the unknown. So trying to define art then may limit it. So you would say art is life. So somebody does something so excellently, something that people consider ordinary and mundane, and then they call it, oh, he has elevated it to the point of art, right? So for me, art is also excellence. It's about doing what you do so well that people then start to appreciate it on another level. Much like the introduction she gave me right now, it's the artistic use of words to paint a picture. So there was drama, right? So while she was talking to you, you're already getting the emotions coming from my mom. You're already feeling the love that I had for my wife. So let me tell you this. Whether you're a doctor, you're going to be a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer, whatever you want to do in life, if you resolve to do it so well that people start to wonder if you were born like that, then you're moving into the realm of art. Okay? So, art goes beyond painting and photography and sculpture. You know, it's the art of life. So what I would like to, yeah, you know, I'm not much of an orator. I speak with imagery. So I'm a photographer. I call myself a storyteller. So I tell my stories with, you know, light. You know, photography is the art of capturing light. Okay, so you capture light, shapes, and these objects, and then you tell a story with it. I started as a painter because, you know, from childhood I just couldn't resist drawing. And I realized that, well, the more I did it, the better I got, and the more I got attention, you know, from my peers. So it was, you know, self-rewarding. I enjoyed when people would look at my drawings and say, oh my goodness, you actually got that person. You look exactly like them, you know. And then I went to university to study law. Well, you know, that's another story. But studying law taught me something also. It taught me the importance of understanding the rules of engagement, you know, in whatever you're doing. You know, whether you're an artist or you're a doctor or you're an architect, you must understand the rules of engagement. Okay, so that's what law taught me. But why are you taking that picture? He said, no, I'm not taking it because it's my career or it's my calling. It is who I am. So when you see a bird flying, do you want to ask it, why are you flying? That is what birds do. Do you understand? When you see a lion going after a gazelle, you stop the lion and say, ah, guy, what is your problem? What did this gazelle do to you? Everybody understands that this is a lion and they chase after stuff. If you get what I mean. So if you take whatever you're doing that way, first you need to understand who you are. Self-awareness is key in whatever you are doing. Okay? And for me, that is the core of everything. It may sound very simple, but it's not really that simple. As we are born and we are growing, we face so many different influences in our lives, from our parents to school to our peers. A lot of times people get confused as to who they are. Maybe I am this person. No. I think I should be more like this person because this is what is going on now. This is what people like. So people are always very confused. Now, the essence of originality in art is digging deep into who you are and representing that in terms of how you see. And the most amazing thing is that we are all unique. So you don't need to go far to find originality. It is imbued in you. It is based on your experiences. So, talking about art, and if you want to be an artist, maybe a visual artist, it could be a performing artist. The first thing you need to realize is that by expressing yourself as an artist, you become a serious influencer. When you tell stories, okay, let us look at it this way. We as human beings, our character, our behavior, the way we react to the world is based on our experiences, right? A lot of it is also based on our genetics, but very, very strong is the environment. Now, how does the environment influence you? First, it is based on what you have experienced straight in life, your interactions with the world, or what you have been told. Stories you have been told. Now, that is where we come in as storytellers. And stories you have been told could be oral, which somebody has told you, or it could be something you have read in a book, or a movie you have watched, or a picture you have seen. All these are stories that you're absorbing that continue to affect the way you see the world. Now, as an artist, whatever you create influences people around you, and then that becomes the voice. For nations, it is called soft power. That is what determines how people react. For your age now, it is about what is trending. Abi? And where do you see that? On Instagram, right? On Facebook, right? On YouTube, right? On TV, right? Now, what are these things all made of? Imagery, right? And sometimes sound. So all those things that are influencing you are products of some kind of art. Am I making sense? So you're living in a world now that the mind is controlled by media. So the question is, are you going to be one of the people controlling the mind, or are you going to be one of the people senselessly consuming? So in the world that we live now, they say content is king, right? So it is then your ability to create. Now, what I decided to do with my skills is to tell a different story about the continent of Africa. I decided that one of the problems we have in the continent is that for so many years, black people have been convinced or been falsely, told that they are not as good as the other races. It came with imperialism, colonialism. It was part of all that. But that is a lie. So I decided to use my skill as a storyteller to convince our people that they are amazing, that they are awesome, and they are sometimes much better than even other people in different continents. Okay? So the message that I bring from my work is, if you look here, you can see Itele. That's one of our billionaires. So that's a top entrepreneur. So I make these photos for Forbes magazine. Forbes magazine is a top business magazine, you know. So you take a portrait of the man and you try to tell a story with that image. So you look at it, and you want to say, this is how I perceive this person. So I'm taking pictures of our most amazing ceremonies. Look at our cities in a completely different way. I want to take pictures of the most talented actors and actresses. Okay? So what I'm saying is, I want to take a Tiwa Savage and put her next to Beyonce, and you look at them and you say, oh, they're all human beings and they're both beautiful. You understand? It is based on perception. And now, because we're telling these kind of stories, even regular people want to look amazing. And they come to me and they say, Lechi, I want to do my 40th birthday. I want to look like a superstar. Because I believe I am. Even though I'm not Beyonce and I'm not Rihanna. And then I use my skills as an artist to tell an uplifting story for that individual. And I also say to people, a lot of times perception is reality. It is how you perceive yourself that you will strive to become. And I believe that we need to imagine a lot more. You first have to dream about where you're going to. You first have to perceive it. You first have to feel it. And then you start to move towards your dream. So what we do a lot of times is that we are the conjurers of those dreams. We bring it into a visual reality. So when you imagine something, I sit down with you and say, okay, so what do you imagine? What is it? How do you perceive yourself in the next 20 years? And then it becomes a fantasy. And then we create it. So maybe what we'll do is to just do a quick run through these images. If we can sort of bring down the house lights, then you'll be able to see the images better, because it's a projection, especially these ones. I don't know if that will work. If you can bring down the house lights. Otherwise, all the blacks will be lost. I know the TV people need to capture, but maybe while I'm talking about the images, we can switch these ones off. And then we'll put it on later. Is that possible? If there's a switch. Otherwise, we can carry on anyway. Oh, great, awesome. That's if you guys know any of these people, indicate. So who is this? And what does he do? Beautiful. So I'm trying to tell the story of a comedian. Okay. So if you go back, they are always trying to make fun. So that is Bovie. I was doing a portrait session with him, and go to the next slide. And that's we call it almost like a wide angle lens that made his head a little bigger than the rest of his body. You know, a bit comical again. Carry on. This was a fashion shoot. Go back. We went to do at Jesha Falls in Oshun. You know, so when you put this kind of fashion next to a beautiful waterfall, for me, it says a lot about how beautiful our country is. You know, it's the talent of the designers, it's the model, and it is part of our natural environment. Again, you know, that puts us in that space. When people look at it, then they start to see that landscape in a different light. You know? All right, go to the next one. This is Marina in Lagos. It's not New York. You know, I'm sure you can recognize the UBA building. Yeah? You know? So the truth is that when you look at your environment, you can either see what is beautiful about it or what is ugly about it. Either way, you're right. Do you understand? But the question is, how does it make you feel if you believe you're in a beautiful space? Now, you look at the network of roads and those lights streaking through. Somebody could look at this and say, oh, wow, can I make a postcard out of this and send to my friend in New York and say, this is Nigeria, right? And another person would say, there must be area boys under that bridge. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. And the truth is that if I ignore this beautiful sunset and the lights and all that, and I went under the bridge to shoot some drugged out area boys, I will still be showing a picture of Nigeria, if you get what I mean. But the question is, what angle are you coming from? I think the dark side of Africa has been amplified so much that people can no longer see the beauty. And the more we see the beauty, the more we want to bring it out. Anyway, I just needed to show you the same thing we are doing with a person's portrait, we can do for a city. You know? All right, go to the next slide. Nancy. Nancy is similar. She's an actor. You know? I made this picture in my studio. We actually built a set, brought a bed in, and all the lamps and all the work. People think it's in some person's house. And the light on her is actually the light from the lamp. You know? So this is what we call glam photos, you know, and at the same time, it's almost like, oh, you just woke up from the bed and you're thinking about your life. Anyway, go to the next slide. Now, I did this shoot for my hairstylist, you know, and I wanted something. First of all, it's about celebrating the dark skin. Yeah? So we try to use light, you know, you can see the blue and orange that I was talking about here, right? You know, so I'm using blue light and I'm putting a little warmth on the light, and it's all coming together. It's two colors, and you know, it's pleasant, you know, but I also want it to be different, you know, and I want you to feel the blackness of her skin, the melanin, you know, and that was it, you know. So it's, how do you just take a picture of somebody's face and people look at it and they want to pick it up and hang it on a wall, you know? That model that you're looking at has an interesting story. One day I was in Marina shooting Jidena. Do you know Jidena? Yeah. So I was shooting for my magazine then. I had a magazine called Mania. And she was selling pillows on the street. And I saw her and I thought, this person is an amazing human being in terms of how she looks. And instantly inside my head, I was thinking of these kind of images. So I gave her my number. She came and she became a model from there. So for me, it becomes the power of imagery. So can you then look at somebody and say, this place where you are is not where you should be. I can use my power as an image maker to make you see a different you. Do you understand? So it's the same for everything. So people then employ me and say, Kelechi, we see you can pick up something and show people the true beauty of it, right? Can you do that for our business? Mm-hmm. Can you make people buy this our furniture? I know you can make it happen. The way you transform that deal, can you transform this furniture? I don't know if you understand. Then I'll tell them, yes, but can you transform my account detail? So do you understand where I'm coming from? First, you follow your passion. You follow it because it is who you are. It is what you do. It is not because of money. It is because it's what you breathe. Nobody needs to ask you. If somebody sees me carrying a camera, I'm in the middle of the road, they'll say, oh, it's Kelechi. It's not normal. Once he's in camera, we don't know what he's about to do. We don't know what he has seen. It is what he does. You have creative license. Are you getting me? You know? So when I do things at random like this, see somebody and I say, oh wow, inside my head, I'm gonna create this. When you finish creating it, then other people then see what you have done. And then they come to ask you, can you do the same for us? Right? Okay, go to the next slide. Doba. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this ceremony in northern Nigeria. You know, some serious equestrian culture that they have up north in Kaduna. And they had all these, over 1,000 horses with regalia and, in the procession. It was amazing. And I thought that this was part of Nigeria that is a bit hidden from the south. Right? How many of you have witnessed the Durbar before in your life? Anybody? Oh, wow. That's good, you know? But can you see how few those hands are? That will tell you something about Nigeria and how poorly integrated it is. So I said, I've never seen Durbar. So I saw it in the calendar. So I hopped on an aircraft. I went there with my camera. I said, I have to show this part of Nigeria so that people know that it's not only Boko Haram up north. It's not only killer headsmen. They have a rich culture that we all would be proud of. You understand? So we need to see the best of us in order to encourage it and appreciate it. Anyway, so go to the next slide. And this is fashion. You know, sometimes I like to just oppose fashion with our everyday life. So you take the girl to a local market and you make a fashion shoot. I used to publish a magazine some years back called Mania. So every month we have to create fashion editorials with new ideas. But then my interest was, how do I promote the Africanness and, how sophisticated we are, in our ordinary everyday life. So go to the next slide and portrait session. Um, I'm sure you know her, Nengi. Go to the next one. We are trying to do Nengi again. Go to the next one. Now, this is Oluchi. And do you know where that place is? Obudu Cattle Ranch. It's not in Switzerland. You know, it's the Cameroon mountain range. Okay, so I was going to do the cover of my magazine, and I decided I'm going to quickly show this part of Nigeria. So what I'm doing, in essence, really is the same thing that magazines like Vogue do for Europe and do for America. You know, we're showcasing the best part of our landscape. And Oluchi is one of our top models, you know, worldwide. Go to the next slide. This was, you know, like this other picture I took of the other model is me experimenting. You know, I was thinking about the moon, I was thinking about this African hairstyle, I'm thinking about nature, you know, and we make these kind of images every day. These are images that sort of provoke thought. Maybe it's about saving the planet. Go to the next one. I did this for This Day magazine. They were sort of celebrating Nigeria's top actors, the female. And go on to the next. So it's a portrait, you know. Go on. More of the people on that project. Tiwa Savage. So, like I said, you know, Star Rattler would then call me and say, Kelechi, can you make Star Rattler look glamorous so that people would be glad to have a seat? So that's advertising photography. And then we're telling a story, you know, we have people dancing in the background, that's advertising. It's all about storytelling in order to persuade people to buy something, you know? And go to the next one. To Baba, you know, Two-Face had this idea, you know, for one of his anniversaries, and we decided we were going to put him on a throne and have 1 million people trying to take selfies, you know. So it was in our imagination, and we had to find a way to bring it to bear. We had about 40 people who we digitally converted to this mammoth crowd. Anyway, so it's the power of the digital media that can make you create whatever you imagine you want to create. You know? Okay, let's go to the next one. Well, I have too many images, you know. By the time we are through with, okay, just go, okay, you started somewhere in the middle, yeah? Let me see. Okay, now that's Oshobo Shrine. You know, I thought the place looked quite enchanting, you know, like something out of the Indiana Jones movie. So I went to take some photos there. Again, it's part of my goal to showcase Nigeria and different parts of the country in an interesting light. Go to the next one. This lady, you won't know her, but she's a South African actor. She's one of their top actors. Her name is Per Tusi. She came to Nigeria and decided to come to my studio, and we made some portraits with her. Go to the next one. Omotola. For years, I've been making photos of Omotola as an actress, and here we're trying to do old Hollywood. So it's the kind of hairstyle they had in the 60s and 50s, you know, and we'll put that together. Okay, I think we can stop there. And, you know, I don't know if we have a question and answer section on this slide.
Africa, my Africa, Africa of proud warriors in our ancestral savannah, Africa of whom my grandmother sings, Kelechi Amadiobi is here to uplift you. So, we have heard it all. What is the key again, Kelechi? Is self-awareness. Yeah, the key is self-awareness. Okay? We have to tell our own story. There's nobody else that will tell the story of our continent for us. We are the ones to tell it the way we want it to be told, the way we want people to see it. Perception, he said, is at times everything. Although it is perception with content. Don't just dress up if you don't have anything inside. You won't survive it. So perception with content is everything. Because of our time, I will just invite questions from 5 this way and 5 this way. Please, yes. Okay. 4 questions. All right. Please, sorry. You know I have my superiors here guiding me. So please, let's take 4 questions. 2 this way, 2 this way. Yeah, come forward. Come forward. Come forward. One more from this side. Do you want me to give it to people? All right, please come forward. So, ask your question.
Good morning, sir. So I have 2 questions. The first question is, if you love anything related to art and you're trying to improve on it, just that it doesn't sink in, what do you do? And the second question is that, is writing related to art?
You said what?
Writing.
Is it related to art? Writing is an art. Writing is an art. It's one of the strong arts. Okay, so art, it's when I started, it's more than just painting. Mine is visual arts, so that's a category of art. You understand? Okay, so art is very vast. And you're talking about, you're trying to learn and it's not really working out, right? Very important question. Okay, so let me tell you this. There's nothing in this world that you're doing now very freely and easily that wasn't difficult at some time in your life. Okay? Even walking took more than a year to learn. Breathing, somebody had to smack you in the bum for you to cry when you come out of the womb so you can learn how to breathe. Brushing your teeth, mommy and daddy had to chase you all over the place before you formed it as a habit, right? So people always say, what is what doing is what doing. I disagree. What is what doing is what doing badly until you can do it well. You see, some people think that the first time they are going to do it, they will do it well. No, you won't be able to then do it well if you haven't done it the first time poorly. Am I making sense? So you must embrace failure. Failure does not mean failure. Failure is just learning one more way not to do it. Are you getting me? So don't be afraid when things are difficult. If you're determined enough, you will pass through the difficulty. And those times of difficulty will become stories you will be using to tell people as inspiration. Okay?
Good morning, sir. Sir, I would always wanted to know the main steps in painting a real life human being.
The steps.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Very, very simple, or not so simple. The first step is to look at a human being in the most simplest form you can. Don't go getting into sophisticated things. Get things very simple, right? Have you done a stick man before? Yes?
Yes, sir.
So if you draw a circle, draw that stick, and draw the legs and hands. And when people look at it, they say it's a human being, right? No, they can tell, right? So if you start with a stick man, you've started. So a circle is the head, the line is the torso, another line is the leg, right? And then you want to improve. Then you start to add the torso as a square and the legs as these long rectangles. Do you understand? And then you start to look at the face. It's no longer just a circle. You know, it's got a U if the person is smiling, and an N if the person is frowning, right? So what you need to do to learn how to draw a human being is to just get down to business and start drawing, period. You will get better with practice. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I have two questions. The first one is about last year, I stumbled upon this competition, Sony Photography Awards, and I subscribed to their newsletter, and also a geography photography competition, like Nat Wow, they hold this competition. And they said that if you're just going to take pictures of nature, and somebody snapped this chameleon. He had so many colors around it. It was so beautiful. And the winner gets about $10,000. So that was my first interest in photography. So the pictures you displayed on the slide, especially the woman, I know it is not just the camera quality has to be there, but I think there are other apps you use to make it that form. I'd like to know the apps.
Okay, look, there is something I also need to make very clear. You know, before the computer came into being, before we started having all these computers, there were still extraordinary and amazing photos, right? I mean, if you go to the archives, you see these extraordinary photos, you understand? I mean, when I started my photography, there was no computer, there was no Adobe Photoshop, was not in existence. So we'd take a picture. There was no LED at the back of the camera to see your picture and you shoot it. You needed to understand how film worked and everything. And it is still the same till now. You can decide to take excellent photographs that need little or no editing, straight from the camera, you deliver it to your client and they're happy. Or you can take terrible pictures and spend hours on different softwares turning it into a manageable picture. Which one do you choose? Good. So when Adobe Photoshop came in, I was so excited. I'm sure all of you know the Adobe Photoshop. Adobe Photoshop is the number one image editing software in the world. No doubt. Every other person is trying to compete. So that's the software I use. And when I saw what Photoshop could do, I was so excited. I left my photography and I just started playing with Photoshop. You see, I was a painter. So I could paint with it, I could do this, I got so excited. And then one day I started asking myself, wait, do you want to be the world's best Photoshop man, or do you want to be the world's best photographer? Immediately I answered that question. I just dropped the Photoshop. It became a distraction to me. Nothing wrong with being a retoucher. That is a completely valid career. Okay? There are people, they charge by the hour, they make a lot of money, they take joy in it. It's also an art. Do you understand? But you have to differentiate both. You have to decide whether you want to be a retoucher or whether you want to be a photographer. But as a photographer, you need to learn a little bit about retouching, but do not depend solely on trying to fix a bad picture in post. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir, my second question. Industrial designers,
Yeah.
like person that makes design Tesla and all those other industrial designers,
Yeah.
is it art or just technology?
See, let me tell you, it is pure art. See all these cars moving around? When I was a kid, I used to look at concept car drawings. Just, in those days, we were driving 404, 504, Volvo, all the cars were square. I know what I'm saying. Very square. Just come to the front and it's like taking the cars you see now and you just saw off them out. So the cars were square, pushing through the air with so much force and slowing themselves down. But in the 70s, I remember because I was, influenced by those guys. I used to look at the cars they were drawing in the 70s. They were all aerodynamic. They all now, what has happened is that those drawings that those guys were drawing, those artists, that's what we are driving now. All those things that were calling concept cars in the 70s are commonplace, Hyundai, not even Ferrari and the rest of them. Do you understand what I'm saying? It starts from an artist's perception and then it moves into functionality. Do you understand? That does not reduce how much of an art it is, but it just made the functionality of what we are, the image and the look and feel of what we are using even more beautiful. Okay? So it is art. Simple and short.
Good morning, sir. Please, sir, I would like to ask two questions.
Go ahead.
Firstly, to know the setbacks that you faced early on in your vocation, and also the ones that you continue facing day by day. That's the first.
Okay, setbacks. Oh, setbacks are good. Always there are setbacks. Maybe you want to make a drawing and the light goes off. Ting. What do? You get a candle, put on a generator, get a battery powered lamp, you find a solution. You're trying to draw something in a particular way or shoot something in a particular way, it doesn't quite come out. Happens, you do it again and again and again until you can get it. There are so many different challenges that will always come at you. It is not based on your art or whatever. That is just life. You understand? Life is a combination of design and accident. You plan things and then things happen. Have you? And you may decide that, that thing you're calling a setback could be a blessing in disguise. It depends on how you look at it. Okay? Sometime I went to do a shoot. I was going to do a family shoot for a client, and I came with all this equipment, but there was no light in his place. So all my equipment became useless, right? But I now thought to myself, wait a minute. There is a window in the house, right? And that window is light coming through it, has light coming through it. So I decided that that window is now my light. Now what ended up happening? That shoot ended up looking very fresh and different because I had to adapt to this thing that could have been considered a massive failure. I had to adapt and create a completely different type of image with different materials. You understand? So you're going to have setbacks. And apart from those type of setbacks, you're also going to have the sharks coming at you. In life, you go out, you do stuff. People will deliberately, want to take credit for your work. So sometimes I put my work out, somebody takes it and uses it for commercial purposes without my consent. You understand? Now that's a setback. That is why the law courts are there. So I pick up my pen, I talk to my lawyer, and we go and fight for our rights. You understand? So you're going to always have setbacks. The question is, do you get up and move? How do you navigate each of these accidents that happen in spite of your plan? Okay?
Thank you, sir. And secondly, how do you manage to stay on top of the game in Africa and also help people see what you see in your art? Because I've seen that you have a lot of insights from how you explain the theories behind the pictures you take. How do you improve on your skills, your instruments, and training?
Oh, nice question. We are creative entrepreneurs. So our business is not a factory. We are in a business that is extremely dynamic. So there are businesses like Coca-Cola, you have one formula for this thing and you bottle it and just have a serious marketing department that will keep selling the bottle over and over again for years, and you don't need to change the formula. But for the business that we do, you need to constantly discover new things and change your formula. So I have stayed a student, and I'm going to be a student for life. I stay curious and I stay hungry, and I'm not afraid to fail because I'm constantly moving into those areas where I am not familiar. That's what keeps me fresh, that's what keeps me on top of my game, and that's what keeps me knowledgeable. But it's also what I enjoy, if you get what I mean. I enjoy the endless variety of discovering new vistas for my creativity. So it's not everybody that is cut for that. There are some people who revel in just going into taking risks every day, and there are those who want certainty, and they remain with their Coca-Cola formula. So I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ojake Amaterisha. So, from the brochure that the program, I read that you were part of a group of photographers and artists called Depth of Field.
Yes.
And then I had always thought about doing something like that with classmates, but then I realized that a lot of my mates, a lot of our youth are not that art inclined. Because I remember days when I was younger, going to galleries and Freedom Park, all those places with my parents. And my brother and I would be the only kids there, usually disturbance, but the only kids there. But then nobody else. How do I build that kind of community with my mates when?
That's a very deep question. Huh? Um, we do have a big challenge in this part of the world. Yes, I understand what she's talking about. We don't have enough museums. We don't have enough galleries. Public museums where people go to. If you want to go out with your folks, is there anywhere that we say, "Oh, let's go and look at art"? I don't know. Does anybody know any beautiful place? Okay, where? Nikkei Art Gallery. After Nikkei Art Gallery. Where else? Eh? See, if you go to, let's say, New York, or you go to England, London, you go to Paris, or you go to any major city in Germany, major cities, you're going to spend the whole day going through different types of museums. You will get busy, you will take a rest and continue the next day, and you will still not finish. For a week, you will not finish exploring the different galleries and museums in those cities, because those governments and those environments realize the power of art. I don't know if you understand, where you keep the works of your great artists to inspire the next generation. So what she's pointing out here is a bit of a problem that we have. But You know, if you observe closely, you will find your friends who are artistically inclined. They don't have to carry paintbrushes and be running all over the place. You will look at their temperament and you will know. And those who show interest in what you're doing, then you know that it's those type of people. Having a collective can be a very powerful thing. When you have a support group helping you. Being an artist puts you in a very vulnerable place, you know, where you're not very sure whether people are going to like what you have created. So if you have a group of peers who can support you and who can tell you, oh, it doesn't look that bad, but this is how you can make it better. That's what we were doing for ourselves. When we formed Depth of Field, it was myself, Uche James Hiroaha, T.Y. Bello, and Amaise Ochekere. Later we had Emeka and Zainab join us. Now, all these people have gone on to become giants in the field of photography. T.Y. Bello is easily the most, you know, acclaimed portrait artist we have in the country. Uche is now a lecturer somewhere in the US. You know, Emeka is going all over the world, and Zainab is somewhere in Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's so interesting that the way we supported each other helped us, you know, move, and it also helps us understand the power of what we were doing. You know, a lot of times people can get discouraged, especially at that early stage. So if you form a team, if you form an army, you will win the war.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm also sorry to cry, but someone said I should ask you the brand of your camera.
The brand. Okay, let me tell you a story. Okay, I inherited an old Canon from my dad when he left the world, and I was using that Canon. Whenever you get a camera, you then start to buy accessories, right? So you buy lenses, then you're stuck with that brand. So I was shooting Canon, and then I just stayed with Canon. And then one day, they were doing a Nikon, seminar in Nigeria, and the Nikon people came, and they sponsored a magazine, you know. But the owner of the photography magazine then put me on the cover of his magazine. But I was then posing with the camera, and guess what camera brand I was carrying? Canon, for a magazine that was sponsored by Nikon. So the Nikon people came to meet me and said, Kelechi, do you have a problem with Nikon? I said, no. No, I believe that every camera is good. What makes the photography work is what is inside your head. Okay? Is camera, shutter speed, aperture, all those things. It's okay. It's just light. Any camera can make amazing pictures. But the important thing is what you have in your head. I said, I don't have problem with Nikon. So they said, okay, how many Canon cameras do you have? I said, I have 3. How many lenses do you have? I said, I have 5. So we'll give you 3 Nikon cameras. We'll give you 7 lenses. And we'll give you, I won't mention the amount of money, just so that you can use our camera. I say, I hope you won't say I shouldn't use my Canon. Say, no. Just have fun. You understand? So that's how come I got my Nikon gear. And now everybody saying, Kelechi is using Nikon. So that's where to go. You understand? So the advice I'm giving you is that it doesn't matter. It's what's in your head. You're welcome.
Just before you go and sit down, please, I would like you to look at all of us. Just take a look. So when I say that we are grateful for your time, for your coming to share your resources and knowledge with us, you will understand what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. But our greater appreciation actually we go to Julie. Julie, please come. Julie would like to thank you for giving Kelechi the home environment to be who he is and to continue to do what he is doing. You talked about environment. We know that without that home environment, you will not be here. You won't be standing the way you're standing. You won't be talking as confidently as you're talking. Please, I want all of us to stand up and thank Julie for us. Yeah. This is our family. We're always happy to be amongst you. Thank you, Kelechi and Julie and Maggie Obi. Thank you. We are so grateful to have you today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers all over the world, it's been fun. I'd like to say a big thank you to our very poetic MC, MSC Okolo. Once again, girls, come on, clap. Thank you, madam. And girls, you all agree with me that the best speaker we have had so far is who? Come on, put your hands together for the celebrity photographer, painter, image maker, a lover of Africa, somebody who has decided to tell our stories in a more passionate and convincing way to the world. Come on, once again, we want to say thank you to Mr. Kelechi Amadi. Thank you most sincerely. Thank you. Very quickly, we would like to take the next item on this program.
Before that, Mr. Ogutuashe, we'd like to recognize a lot of our parents who just walked in this morning. We say you are welcome, we thank you. Specifically, we want to recognize the presence of Father Hector.
Put your hands together, Father. You are recognized. And most sincerely, we have a very long list of parents who are here at the pavilion. But because of our time, girls, I just want all of you to clap for all our parents. We love you. We appreciate you. We know you've been with us. We are very grateful. We may not be able to run through all the names, but we deeply appreciate your presence. God bless you.
We also like to, thank those who are viewing us online, who have been with us since the first day of science, and today is Art Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you most sincerely. May I use this medium to introduce one of our own artists in the house, a student, an SS1 student, right?
Yes, SS1 student.
Our own musician, Enabulele Victoria. Enabulele Victoria is a musician, and straight from the studio. Are we ready for her? Come on, make some noise. Let's have Enabulele's music come up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Inspiration comes from above, but dreams can only come true if we are willing to.
The music is titled Heart and
If you
Soul.
want to shine as bright as the stars, you've got to have the heart and soul to leave your mark. Vienna. You've got heart and soul. Maybe someday you'll be number one. Maybe someday you'll be a shooting star. So you got heart and soul. Maybe someday you'll be number one. Maybe someday you'll be a shooting star. So many thoughts inside my head, so many things right in front of me. Wanna be alive, yeah. Living in this darkest night, yeah. So many questions, or should I run, or should I answer?
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your time, enjoy it. This is Victoria Enabulele. Yes. Please, a round of applause for her. We don't know what happened to the technical. So, thank you. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. Good. We have to go on break now. A very short one, just 10 minutes, and we'll return here in 10 minutes.
ghetto, streets, and normal people to show that art doesn't need to be classical or put in fancy museums. Graffiti brings up discussions and is used to communicate ideas. Graffiti also beautifies spaces. It ranges from simple written words to elaborate wall paintings. Well, now we know what graffiti is, but we can know more about graffiti with the help of the Creative Art LCA. This board and broad paper will serve as a high-rise wall. It is a platform we will use to create graffiti, as there is no graffiti without your wall. We will also use acrylic paint. Acrylic paint we also use spray paint. Spray paint is a type of paint that is in a suppressed can and can be sprayed on surfaces to create art or even repaint your car. We will also use acrylic paint because it dries really fast, and markers will also be used for this presentation. Here is an example of graffiti done by the Creative Art LCA. Now, we would select few people who would express themselves on this platform. I would begin by inviting Mr. Kelechi Amadiobi to kick off the exercise. Thank you, sir.
Put your hands together for him as he comes on stage.
So you can make use of stretching. Yes, sir. Please, sir, you have only 1 minute to express yourself on the platform. Yes, sir. The time starts now. We can see that he's making a face. And he's doing this with a black marker. Time is out. Thank you. This is a round of applause. I would now call on Sister Josephine Tiav to express herself on the platform. You are going to have to add something to what Mr. Amadiobi has said. You can make use of the spray paint, markers, or acrylic paint. Anything.
Sunday, Wednesday. Everyone has Sunday for the
Our time has started. Just 1 minute. Thank you, sister. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you, sister. You now call on Mr. Wabo to express himself on the platform. Sister, you have just 1 minute. Please stop voice. Thank you, sir. Please give him a round of applause. He didn't complete 1 minute. We will now call on Mrs. MSC Okolo to express herself on this platform.
Mama Jesus, onye ebere m gasị ya.
You have just 1 minute.
Ọ dịghị onye yiri ya, ọ dịghị onye yiri ya, ọ dịghị onye yiri Chineke nke eluigwe, ọ dịghị onye a ga-eji ma ya tụzọ bụ ya yiri ya Chibo.
Thank you, ma. Please give her a round of applause. We would now invite Mrs. Uzo Ojinaka to express herself on this platform. You can make use of the spray paint, the markers, or acrylic paint. Note that the artworks shown on the slides are original artworks of students and members of staff. Thank you.
have just 1 minute. Please give her a round of applause. I would now call on one senior school student to express herself on this platform. I would pick from SS2 girls since today is their day. Iwa day. Come on. You can make use of the spray paint, acrylic paint, or markers. Feel free. You have just 1 minute. As time starts now.
You will never see your glory with anyone. You will never see your glory. That is your day. With everyone.
Thank you, Ella. Please clap for her. I will now call on one junior school student. Wow. Stella Maris.
How glorious is your name, oh Lord.
You have just 1 minute.
How
Use
excellent
anything on
is
that
your
table.
name. How wonderful is your name. How excellent is your name, oh Lord, oh Lord.
Hey, not discouraging comments. Thank you. It is art. Please clap for her. The time is up. Thank you to all who participated in this exercise. Please clap them. Please note that this work will be completed by the members of the Creative Arts LCA, and our shirts were printed by the members of the Creative Arts LCA. We are the members of the Creative Arts LCA. Thank you.
Come on, make some noise. I'd like you to know that that work is wonderful, it's beautiful, it's amazing. Every individual expresses himself or herself in a very different and dynamic way, and that for us is art. Sometimes even when you feel it's not making sense, for us we see it as art. Little wonder at one point one said, when I feel like the top of my head is blown off, then I know that that's his poetry. Come on, make some noise. Welcome, the dramatic LCA group. They want to showcase their talents in drama. They want to speak with us in actions and words. Come on, make some noise. Let's welcome the drama LCA group. LCA for viewers all over the world simply means Louisville co-curricular activities, where we train our students in vocations and prepare them for professions that can help them in later life. Thank you. Once again, put your hands together as we welcome the drama LCA.
know the story of the tortoise and the hare?
No, we've heard that one too many times.
Okay, I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you the story of Hercules.
Ooh.
A long time ago, in the old Greek land. Something extraordinary happened in the land of Greece.
That's three.
Set in faraway Greece, Almestina sent her husband Amphitryon off to war. My husband, must we go to war in such trying times while we don't even have an heir? Yes, my queen, in order to bring peace and prosperity to our kingdom. Then, my husband, may he return safely. No, please, my husband, don't go. I'm sorry, my queen. I need to do this. Take care of yourself. Zeus, the king of the gods, was interested in the queen and disguised himself as her husband and slept with the queen. The king eventually comes home from the war front. Almestina! Almestina! Where are you?
I come, my lord.
Whose child do you bear? My husband, but it's yours. Whose? Stop! Who are you? I am Zeus, the king of the gods, and the woman bears my child. My lord, I feel honored that a lowly mortal such as I shall raise the God's child. It shall be as you please. A messenger comes in to give Queen Hera the news of Zeus's infidelity once again. It also happened that the cousins were there.
Zeus speaks yet again. I shall not let this bastard become king. Adonis! Yes, my lady. Go down to Greece. Make Itele, Almestina's cousin, give birth before her, so that he shall be king instead of Zeus's bastard child. As you wish, my lady.
Almestina gives birth to a baby boy and names him Hercules.
It is not enough that a child shall not be king. He must die. Witches!
You are to disguise yourselves as snakes and kill the new baby. Yes, I got it. Come on, let's be dead. Let's be dead. Almessina rushes into the room on hearing the crying of her baby. She finds the baby, Hercules, and the witches dead. She is worried, confused, distorted, traumatized. A few years later, Hercules has grown into a strong and handsome young. The Amazons gather and he starts to fight them off. Hercules runs up in fear. While running, he encounters Hippolytus, who tries to kill him, and he kills her in fear and takes her belt. The king, Eurystheus, sits on the throne, gloating. He sights Hercules and stands up in fear. Hercules gives him Hippolytus' belt, and at once his peace of mind gets restored and he becomes immortal. Yes, yes. Apollo enters the room and Hercules thanks him. Oh, great God, Apollo, and I thank you, and I promise to redeem myself by going on more adventures. Thank you, my Lord.
Is that how we end? Not quite. The Greek god Jupiter then took Hercules' immortal body and told him to carry him to live on Mount Ida. The end.
The end.
Once more, let's appreciate the team for that wonderful job they have done. All the team members, well done. At this point, I would love to cut off some things quickly. If you have time, we'll bring them up shortly. We having one of our guest speakers who is going to join us live via internet. So because of that, we won't wait for anything. We have one of our speakers right here already, and to help us welcome the person is our parent MC. But before our parent MC comes up to introduce the person, I love us to also know that our parent MC today, who is supposed to introduce the second speaker for the talk. Our second speaker is Ms. Iderawo Leso. She's already here. And the parent MC to welcome her is Mrs. Oyepre Aibogo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her. Forgive the pronunciation of the name.
It's fine. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, parents, teachers, ladies, and a handful of gentlemen we have here. I'm Mrs. Aigogu, and I've been blown away by all that I've seen today. A round of applause for everybody that's been on this stage and for all that have put this together. You know, even though I do insurance, I'm actually considering how can I incorporate art in what I do? How can I incorporate art even in my kitchen? In fact, I'm blown away, well done, and I'm so proud to be a part of this. Coming up next is the virtual speaker. I'll quickly read her profile. Unfortunately, I don't know her from the labor room like Mrs. MSC introduced Mr. Amadi, but I'll just read what I have here very quickly. Miss Adebimpe Adebambo is a visual artist, African animation enthusiast, promoter, and producer, filmmaker, blogger, fashion and costume designer, who also renders public relations services to African creatives. She is part of the visual development team on the epoch-making and groundbreaking Iwaju animation project by Walt Disney and Kugali Media to be released on Disney Plus in 2023. She is the founder and creative director of Adebimpe Adebambo Productions, and very passionate about African cinema and animation, which she promotes and supports. In December 2019, she made the first artistic director of the Lagos International Festival of Animation for the 2020 festival. An animation film producer herself, her debut experimental animation short film, Tejimane, she wrote, produced, and directed, screened at and nominated in Best Animation category at over 20 international film festivals. Her profile is quite long, and because we already have it here, I'll just jump to the last chapter by saying that as a blogger and writer, Adebimpe has written over 250 articles and interviewed about 80 filmmakers for national and international print and online publication on her own blog, www.asikobimpe.com. In 2015, her debut work as a costume designer on the iconic African filmmaker Tune Kilani's film Dazzling Mirage earned her two prestigious African Cinema Awards nominations at the African Magic Viewers Award Choice Award and African Movie Academy Awards for Best Costume Designer and Achievement in Costume Design. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Adebimpe Adebambo, who is joining us virtually. Okay, thank you. We can barely hear you, it's very faint. So if you can increase your volume, please. No, it's not better.
But can she hear us?
Can you hear us?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you clearly.
Perhaps if you use headphones, maybe it will be better. Do you have headphones? Sorry, Adebimpe, if you can hear me, we'll just give you some time to get the volume right. And in the interim, we'll call on the second speaker, Ivera Waleso. She's here, she's looking so sweet. I'll read her profile very quickly. She is an amazing, listen to this, she's a self-taught animator who has been animating for about 4 years now, though she graduated with a BSc in geology. She specializes in cutout animation, which involves rigging and photo manipulation, and the well-known frame-by-frame animation. She also has experience in storyboarding and character creation. She currently works 3 jobs, one as a teacher, and the second is a full-time animator at Ajebo Toons Studio in Lagos, Nigeria, and thirdly as a freelance illustrator and animator. Evie works with animation software such as the famous Adobe Animate and Moho Animation Studio. She enjoys telling stories, making comics, and watching a lot of comedic as well as animated content online. Her future goals include getting a master's degree in animation and film and starting her animation company of her own. Ladies and gentlemen, students and parents, please put your hands together for Ivera Waleso. Oh, wow, you guys look much like a lot from this angle compared to sitting here. Good afternoon, my name is Ivera Waleso, and she has already introduced me, concerning what I do. When I first got here, they told me I look very young. So I'm just trying to ginger myself right now because I'm kind of nervous. Okay. Okay. Hi. I wanted to give. So when I first got the topic concerning communicating to the future generation, I was confused. I thought it was just to give you guys a whole summary of what animation is about. So I created an entire slide that I was going to use to guide me. So this is my original character. This is Ivy. She's an animated version of me as a person. So she's going to be helping me while I talk to you. Next slide, please. All right, so we'll talk about what's animation, how do I animate, the tools for animation. So now you're an animator.
opportunities for admissions and how to get better. But I'll make it very quick. All right? Are we good? Okay, let's go. What's animation? Animation is a method in which figures are manipulated to appear as moving images. Apart from that, well, that is the entire definition though. But apart from that, it can also, instead of like images, you could use clay, that's claymation. You could use cutouts like paper, which is like it's a whole process on its own. So there are like different types, the traditional, the stop motion, and the digital animation. So those are just the main branches. But I think if we keep going on like this, it will get very boring. So I'll just start on like how I became the animator I am today. For as long as I can remember, I've been drawing. I've been drawing constantly. I had a problem with drawing. Growing up, I was trained to be a science student. Well, how many of you are science students here? I was trained to be a science student, but I wasn't interested in science. I've been writing stories, I've been creating images in my notebooks. Like, we'd be having classes, and I'd be drawing on the side of the notes. And my teachers would complain that this is your notebook. Why are you making comics on your notebooks? It's supposed to help you read. You'll be distracting yourself. And I was like, I actually cannot stop doing that. So, Ma, you would have to, like, just flow with me because this is the only way I can learn. Like, I would make sketches on my note, like, concerning what I'm learning, right? So, you could be learning about the reproductive system. I would now make a tiny animated like a tiny cartoon that's pointing to a topic. Like, this is what you should note, this is what you should note. And that helped me read. I can say that I was actually like the best in creative writing. You could imagine somebody that is trying to do well in mathematics, but is collecting awards for creative writing, narrative writing, anything that had to do with writing. I was like the best. I was such a storyteller. Whenever I'm talking to people, I just break into an animated like explanation of the entire thing. And like I said, it was a problem for me to relate to people because you could be having a serious talk with me. That could be like going for an interview and they're asking me questions. And I'm like, do you know that the way you're keeping your eyebrow, like, I could make your eyebrow is wavy. And the person would look at me like, but I'm asking a question. I'm like, yes, but if you give me a few minutes, I can create you as you are right now. So, like I said, it was a problem. I couldn't relate to people like normally. So, I was considered as a student and a science student, right? Graduated, I went to school to study geology. I spent 3 plus 2 extra years in Federal University, learning geology. And even while I was trying to do very good at that, I kept my mind focused on art. Everything about me was art. Whenever I was drawing images in geology, they would look too realistic for the lecturer. Like, why are you spending so much time drawing instead of actually writing the answers? Like, I spent a lot of my time creating content. Even in my university, we had like this press. So they would come and meet me from different faculties to create comics for their faculties during their press the publication basically. So they call me to make all these things for them, and I would do them. Even though I was busy, I always made time for art, and this is how I finally had the ginger to go along with this. I remember our first speaker talking about the setbacks, right? There were a lot of setbacks coming from someone that's not doing art as a major like career.
it was a lot of setbacks. I would talk to my mom about how I wanted to drop out basically because I wasn't understanding anything in geology. I want to just go and follow my dreams. You know, follow your dreams, follow your heart. I wanted to do it. And honestly, I was discouraged. Everywhere I turned, I was discouraged. Even the system I used to create my work here, it too had its own issues. So discouraged setbacks were coming from different angles, but I had the passion. That was very important. You have to have the passion for this particular type of business, this type of art. You have to have the passion for it because if you don't have, you cannot carry on with this thing because it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of dedication and passion to do this kind of work. So before I could even graduate from school, like I said, I was doing this on the side, I was drawing, I was putting out my content and just saying, oh, this is the little thing I've done. So guys, can just like it and subscribe to my channel, all those YouTube things that YouTubers say. And then I was picked out. I got a call. And on the call, the lady was like, I'm sorry, I just saw your content online. Are you really doing like art as a career? I was like, as a subject. I was like, no, I studied geology. She was like, geology? And you're like making argumentations. I'm like, yes, because this is what I like to do. So she picked me out, and since then, that's like 2018, I've been doing this all on my own, the research, and everything all on myself. Nobody was supporting me, nobody was skeptical, like, no cartoons. Like, you can, you're an adult. Why are you looking at Tom and Jerry? Why are you looking at a million ball of gumball? How does this concern anyone in the real world? I'm like, because it's fun. Look at that. Like, it's fun. This was done in under like, I think a minute. I did it under a minute because I had to make my slides look interesting. So you have to like, I don't know, it's just a very fun thing. Then I graduated and I just knew that I cannot carry on with this geology. I could have the degree, the backup plan, for that, but there's a backup plan. But I'm still going on with this, I'm still carrying this on my head everywhere I go. Whenever somebody comes to meet me, what do you do? I make animations and they're like, wow, are you serious? I'm like, yes, because I don't know anything else. I've learned all this for I've learned a particular thing for a long time. All that's in my head right now is how to carry this thing or anything I see and turn it into an animated creation. Thank you. So, yeah, I've been doing this for like 4 years on my own. I do tutorials by myself. I go online, I do a lot of research. And trust me, this is a very wide community. This particular thing, animation is a very wide, path to follow. So let's just move on. So basically, that's like the whole thing. So how I animate is this. How you want is you have a story idea. Everything starts with an idea. You can't form this pedestal without having an idea, right? You have to know, oh, this is what it's supposed to look like. It has to be in your head. So you have to have a story in your brain, and then next thing you write it down, the script. You all know what a script is, right? Script writing. There's actually a job opportunity for that. If you're really good at writing, if you're a star in creative writing, if you're a star in writing dialogue, like people talking to each other, if you're really good at that, script writing it's a very good market. So you have to put your story down into like writing, that's the script. After the script, you go into storyboarding. Storyboarding is like putting your idea in a comic book form, right? So comic book form, every panel is there. Every panel is talking about the story that you have. Then the voice recording, you record the audio. Like actual movie, like actors come to the studio and then they will just like act out the script, but you will not see their faces, that's just it. So voice recording, and you edit the audio, Then you make the animatics, that's making the audio and the storyboards together. Okay, that's how you make the animatics. It wouldn't have colors or anything. It's just the storyboard and the audio. Then you now have the actual animation. That one takes years. It can take a long time to create, depending on the kind of video you want to produce. Okay. So for example, now if you want to have like a commercial that's like 3 minutes long, it will take you 6 months to create that animation because all these things, the first few points have to be like solid before you can even go into the animation. Then you move to production, when you release your video, and then the promotion, the marketing, everything. That's how animation works. Alright? So moving on. So this is the example of storyboards. Okay? So when you write your story, you put up the different panels explaining every single part of your story. The first panel you see there is a bowl of food, right? You will see that the bowl of food is in the cafeteria. Okay, people are eating this particular kind of food, so you put the bowl of food, that's where the narration starts. Then you see the protagonist in the next frame. This is what you'll be seeing in the actual animation, but it's just in black and white form. You get? So this is just how it is. So he opens up with a bowl of food. Then you see Ivy there, she looks very disgusted by the food, there's an expression on her face. So she's trying to eat, then she talks to her friend, who is enjoying the food with so much happiness and, and like enthusiasm. Then the cafeteria doors open, then a random guy walks in, and he's carrying his tray. Ivy turns her head to see this boy, and then she's just entranced. Alright, that's the first few storyboards of the show. So if you go to the next slide, press play if you can. Alright, so you see that the food, right? It's basically alive. So she looks at the food, she's very like irritated by it, and then she tries to she's uninterested, right? And her friend is me with so much enthusiasm and joy, and then the doors open. And this character comes inside. He's cool. So she stops and she's like, what? And he's walking. She's entranced, she's like, wow, okay. So now she's like, yeah, so he wants to look at her and she's like, oh. He's like, oh. And just glances at her and then he walks away. So, that's animation. You see, and then you compare it to sitting in class and watching a lecturer just lecture you about a mineral that is in a rock somewhere in South Africa. You've never even seen South Africa before, but there's a rock in South Africa somewhere that's diamond inside. See, it was tough in school, forget it. So that's basically animation. The storyboards become your movie, and the movie carries a message to people. Okay? So this is basically animation. It's just you having an idea and making it into animated works. Next slide, please. So your tools. You just know how to draw. You need pencil and a paper to either write your ideas or take down your sketches. You need to make sketches for your animations to work. You need software. You need to practice how to use the software because this is a digital age, right? Traditional animation takes a lot of time because it's most people using papers and pen and pencils to draw an entire movie of an hour. That could take like 3 years, 4 years to do. But with digital animation, digital software, you can make an animation that is like a 2-hour movie in just like a year or 6 months. Okay? So you need your graphics tablets, your laptops, and you need to have passion. The next slide, please. So now that you're an animator, if you want to, you've picked this particular career now, you've picked this is what you want to do. You need to make people aware of you. Alright, I need to make people know that this is me, I'm the creator of all this amazing stuff that you're seeing. You have to make a name for yourself. Alright, my own is on the top there. Mine is Ivory Production. That's my own brand. Then we have other brands like Tip Mouse and Atomic Cartoons. These are like animation studios, production studios that actually like people go to them with their ideas. Because you might have an idea with you, yeah, but you don't know how to make it into an animated show. These studios, these production studios are the ones that will make your story into like animated story that you want. That's what I do. So you have to put yourself out there. Don't be afraid. Your drawing might look very. You might think your drawing is not. You might think your drawing is not, it's not standard. It's not good, but it doesn't matter. Like our first speaker said, your failures is what will make you better. Yeah? So you just put yourself out there, even though it's not you put yourself out there, people will notice you. That is just the thing. Nobody is scrolling through your Instagram and you wouldn't see somebody's animated work. People will recognize you. Take commissions. Commissions is when somebody gives you work to do and then you get paid for it. That's commissions. And be prepared for anything. Be confident in your stuff. People might come to you and tell you that your stuff is not, you don't really like it, but then that's their business. This is what you're doing. This is what you're struggling really hard for. You're critically using it to survive. Next slide, please. So there are, like I said, there are many opportunities in this kind of path. You could be a storyboard artist, animator, graphic designer, a 2D, 3D animator, character animator. There are many opportunities for animators. For artists out there, people that can only draw, illustrate, write stories, there are many opportunities for you out there. So don't be afraid to follow your dream. Okay? Follow the arts. If your heart is telling you want to go and do arts, do it. But in my time, people discourage me. My parents, they look at me and tell me that you can't do anything with this thing. And I believe them and they discourage me for a while. But whatever anybody says, as long as you are into it, you do it. Okay? Next slide, please. So, practice. The only thing to take from here is that you have to practice. Practice every day. Practice makes perfect. I was writing my notes. Even today, even when I'm having like seminars or presentations or even in my place of work now, my PPA, the school, I'm always drawing, even on the board. The students are confused, like, why are you? This is just chemistry. You're drawing something else on the board. Or you practice. You try out different software. You have to study really hard. And you have to be patient and also have fun with it. Okay? We good? Yes. Alright, next. I think that's it. So any questions? A round of applause for Ms. Thank you so very much. I'm sure a lot of students have questions because I noticed the interest right before the animation come up. A lot of us love cartoons. I also love cartoons, even though I'm an old woman. So we can, unfortunately, because of time, we can only take 3 questions. So I'm guessing one from this side, one from the other. Okay, put that hand at the back. Now the front hand to go up. And one question from the front. Yes, and then the seniors. Okay, yes. Alright, the thing is snappy. Yes. I'm very quickly. Oh, yeah.
So my question is for someone like me that loves art, like art in general, but my mom, she's not discouraging me, but she's recommending something else for me other than art. What would I do in that situation? That's my first question.
So, like, what else do you recommend? Is it a different field?
Science.
And I can relate to that. Right, you and me, our blood sisters right now. You are dream sisters right now. Okay, so the thing is, I wouldn't say you should, outrightly deny your mom, like, mom, I'm not doing this thing, though. Just stick to what you want to do. Because your parents will live your life for you. That's the truth. They will live your life for you. You're the one that's going to choose what you want to do with yourself. So she might tell you should do science, but tell her yourself. Go to be bold, be confident, tell her that no. It's either you allow me to do this and be happy, because you don't want to be happy. Do this and let me do this and be happy. Or I do what you want me to do, and then later on I will give you what you want. Go and pursue my dream. Okay?
Thank you.
But whatever you do, do it well. If you're going to do the science well. Because there's always time. Honestly. Okay?
Thank you. Then the second one for animation, right? What are the main tools for working with like
The tools I use to work.
yes.
Okay. So like I said, there are three types of animation, right? But the tools you need to do them, you need a laptop. Alright? You need paper, you need a pencil, that one is standard. But you need a laptop, okay? You need a graphics tablet. What the graphics tablet is? The graphics tablet is like, it's not a tab like iPad. It's basically, give me a second. I brought it here for this purpose. Okay, so this is a graphics tablet. Alright, you're going to plug this into your laptop, okay, and you open your software, your animation software. It could be Toonboom, Adobe Animate, or anything. And then this will create images for you on that software. Alright, so a graphics tablet, graphics pen, and your software. That's all
Thank
need.
you, ma'am.
I have two questions. So my first question is kind of related to what you asked me the first time. So my parents want me to go into science and do something like engineering. And I am like a very artistic person. I really like things that have to do with art in general. And then my parents, they're not against it, like, whatsoever. My dad would say that he would support me whether it's true or not. But then the thing is, I have nothing against science. Like, I'll be happy doing it. But then I feel like if I should do it now, like for like secondary school education, for how my dad recommends for me, and then I'll continue in the university. I feel like if I do it now, I may not have enough time to start doing other things related to that later.
Okay. The thing is, I would advise you to still go into art. I have a friend of mine that's currently working in the US right now. I think he's working with Disney right now. And when we were in junior secondary, he wanted to do art, but his parents were saying that he should do science. Nobody thought he should. People were not envisioning that in the future be one of the top boys in Disney right now. So I want you to tell them, like, just convince them that you want to do art. They will support you. Your parents will support you. Honestly, even if for a while they will keep on telling you, I wish you did this, I wish you did that. But honestly, tell them you want to do art. See, don't be afraid. See, honestly, you're young, you need to be bold. Honestly, tell your parents, tell them, I want to do art. And see, because that's you. At the end of the day, it's all about you. I'm on my own right now. Back in school, I was struggling with this whole thing. But now on my own, and this is what I'm doing. So it's all about you. So tell them I want to do that. Thank you, ma'am.
My second question. So, for my 15th birthday, I wanted my parents to buy me tablets so I could learn things like digital art and animation. But then, we weren't able to get it sadly. But then, the thing is that I tried to use something else. So there's this app, it's called Flipart. Yeah, Flipart. And then it's kind of like,
flip book kind of animation that you have to like draw each scene.
Yeah, that's frame by frame.
Yeah, frame by frame. And then it's kind of like tiring how they do it. You have to redraw almost every single thing over again. Like, is there any other like easier apps for this?
Okay. Okay. Apps, right? Apps. You have a laptop. You have a laptop. I advise this. So this character, right? The video you just saw that I did here, it's Moho Animation Studio. They deal with crop and cutouts. Cutout is when you just use like puppets to create your work, right? You don't need to draw it over and over and over and over. What you have to do is just pose the character and to take those shapes. Alright? You don't have to draw everything. You just have to remodel, like pose it. You know how you pose? Sorry. So you pose the characters to create your animation. So that's like an alternative. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we can't take any more. The second speaker is ready. Please put your hands together again for I already read her profile. I hope her audio is better now. Can we test? Yeah, can you hear us? No, it's not better. Oh, what if we put the all right, we want to check from our end. I didn't pay. It's still very faint. We are trying to see what we can do from here. Sorry, I didn't hear. We still can't hear you. The audio is very bad, unfortunately. Can you say something, please? I really, really can't hear you, but it's just really faint. You can barely make out what you're saying. And we've done everything on this end, but it appears to be from your side. Okay, give us a minute. We are still trying to work out something. hear us? Can you say something? Let's see if the audio is better.
Hello, I can hear you very well. Like loud and clear.
Fantastic. We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Yeah, you have the stage. Carry on, please.
Okay, it's been quite, I mean, time has already gone. So what I'd just like to say, just buttressing what the former speaker said is, if you really want something, just try to be consistent in it. And, before long, your parents would see reason. Just like she said that her classmate now works in Disney. You also have to be consistent and persistent, because as the moderator read, right now, I'm sure all of you must have heard about Iwaju, the partnership by the animated TV series. The animated series that's going to be done, is in production by Walt Disney Animation Studios in partnership with Kugali Entertainment Company. I'm sure you people heard about it. And it just shows that, as the former speaker was saying, just look around you, start writing stories and all, because Kugali is founded by 3 young guys. Right now, they're between the ages 28 and 32. And the company was founded in 2017. Walt Disney Animated Studios turns 100, like essentially, in 2023. So what made Disney reach out or partner with this very young company? It started with, an interview on BBC that the company, the founders of the company granted. And one of the founders, they are 2 Nigerians and Ugandan, they're actually going to keep Disney's butts, like with the African stories they're telling. And because of that statement, touch with them, and the rest is history. Of course, they were not just empty talk. They're an entertainment company that they do a lot with comics, virtual reality, augmented reality. So they also had something to show. And as the former speaker said, just keep doing little things and posting it up. If you're on social media, you put it on Instagram, you put it on even your WhatsApp status. People would see it, and you get better. Like now, okay, let me try sharing my screen. But what I'd also like to encourage you is that in some professions, even like this animation, there are not many women, in it, and that's why I got excited when I was told to speak with you people, because I also went to the girls only school, and some of my friends, they actually have their daughters in your school. I think their daughters are even listening to this presentation. So this is just to encourage you that, well, there is nothing so far as legitimate. Once you put your mind to it, that you can do. And there's still quite a few women working in animation now, but by the time many of you get into it, will be more, because there's even an association in the States, Women in Animation, that the goal is that by 2025, we should have an equal number of men and women, working in animation. So let me share my screen so that you just see, you'd see like some of us working on the project. And I'll just tell you, that because of technology, we've been in the pandemic, we're still in the pandemic. We are doing this project from our respective homes. We are from 6 different countries, 6 different time zones, and from 3 continents. We are all in our homes doing this animation project. So let me share my screen so that you just okay, can you see my screen? Yes.
Lagos, and Kugali. Now, if you look at this picture, how many women do you see?
The picture hasn't come up yet. You can just see your laptop here. Your deck.
Oh, wow.
I think you need to double click on that icon.
Oh, okay, this is, okay, wait, let me. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so now look at we are the artists working on the Iwaju side, and we are the Africans on the project. How many women do you see there?
3 women.
But just 2. So it's me and Joy. Every other person, is a gentleman. But I'm sure with people like you, we will equalize by 2025. And as you can see, just like what the previous speaker said, there's so many different things you can work in animation along the animation pipeline. You might not be the drawing type, you might be the techie type, you might be the one that likes to write. And as she said, any animation always starts with a story. So as you see, all of us here we are all working in the visual development department, and then the story department. Just like she said, there is script writing, there is storyboarding, then there is animation, there is costume design. There's so many things. So as you see under some of our names, you see under mine, you see costuming. I'm working in the costume department, like how the people are going to dress, what they are going to wear. You see that there are 2 artists that under their name, Jason and Bill, they are story artists. They are working on storyboards. So the other people in the visual development department, they are working on other aspects. So now, just to show you the power of dreaming and doing, who would have thought? Of course, the world is growing bigger by the day and all, but it's going to be so amazing for us to see ourselves on screen, because this series is going to be on Disney Plus in 2023. So for you to see Nigeria, Lagos, you see our Lghs, you see our dressing, on the international stage. So there's no end, like to dreaming, but you have to dream and do. That's how Walt Disney even started. It started from his garage in 1923. Okay, so I told you we are all working from home. If you can see very well, I don't know how big your screen is. I'm the second to the last row, and I'm the second. So you can see so this is how we work. We work by Zoom. We have meetings, we do everything by Zoom. And the people you see here, some are in Los Angeles, some are in Kampala in Uganda, some are in Kenya, some are in Canada. So we're at 6 different time zones, and we're all doing this from our home. So it also just shows you, some are in London, it shows you the power of technology. So this image was was released last year when the announcement was made by the Vice President of Walt Disney Animation Studios, Jennifer Lee, who wrote and directed Frozen 1 and 2. I'm sure all of you here, you've seen either 1 or 2, or you've seen both. So now these are the only images released from with respect to the film. So you can imagine, do you see a flying keke? And then you see a Nigerian girl in a dress with braids, and then a Nigerian boy. So it's really very exciting that we have come, to this part, because never has it happened in the history of Walt Disney's almost 100 years, that they've ever partnered with any company at all. So it's really a super duper plus and great encouragement, for all of us working in animation in Nigeria, working in animation in Africa, because it's a first. Normally, when you see Disney posters, you see either only Disney or you see Disney Pixar. But on the posters of this release, you see Disney Kugali. So it's still something that is an amazing thing. So in June, there's an International Festival of Animation. It takes place in Annecy. Annecy is in France. Anybody that works in animation goes there. So the reveal more about the animation and about the team working on it was done in that festival. So at the top of this square, which I hope you are still seeing, the last two boxes, those are two of the founders. The guy in the middle, Vicky Nelson, he's a Nigerian. And then on the right is Hamid Ibrahim, who was the one that made that statement that got Disney to get in touch with them. And then the second row, the first smiley guy, who's Agada Ibu, Nigerian's coat of arms, is Tolu Olofoeku. He is Nigerian. And then Natalie Norigat, you see in the middle, she's the head of story. Like the other presenter was saying, that storyboarding. So she's the one in charge of all the storyboard artists. And then the guy on the right is Marlon West. He's the one in charge of the visual effects, the effects of the film. And then below is none other than Jennifer Lee, the writer and director of Frozen 1, the vice president of Disney Animation, and the executive producer of Iwaju. So you see that, well, we're kind of breaking ground. At least three of the people from the Disney side that were on this session at Annecy, two of them are ladies, as you can see. The only other lady that you see here, she was the presenter at the festival. So this is just to encourage you that, keep at it. Keep at it, and like the other speaker was saying that, okay, if you want to do something and then you're being discouraged and your parents would like you to do something, well, your parents, they're trying to do what they feel is best. But if you continually show them that what you are doing, you can earn from it, because even in the presentation, Tolu was saying that when the announcement was made, his parents' phones, his own phones were ringing up the hook. Even his parents' friends, they were like, oh, now we understand what Tolu is doing, and then that you can make money from animation and all. So it just takes doggedness. You need to be persistent, and consistent. So these are some of the people working on the project from the Disney side. You see that there are quite a number of women. So we also here, we have to be able to do more. On the project right now, we're about 50 of us, about 60 of us working on the project. And as the previous speaker said, in animation, there are different pipelines, like from script to screen. That's where I'm sure, wherever you watch animation, either in the cinema or on your TV at home or Netflix, you will see that the end credits of animation is like never ending. It goes on for like almost 10 minutes because so many people work, in animation. So I don't know if so far anyone has any questions to ask, because I think we're already like out of time. The first thing I want to show you network has been working. And I don't know if because I've actually sent I had sent my own, and I've produced, directed, and all. An animation short film that has gone to many festivals, and right now it's on two platforms like Netflix, screening there. So I had sent her a link. I had sent the principal the link so that if people can watch it, if possible, before today, so that if you have any questions. But I don't know if that has happened. But whether you've seen it or not, you can still, you can still see it. But this just to encourage you. Everybody is relevant. If you like music, you can be like a film composer or you can be like a sound designer on an animation project. If you like fashion, you can work in the fashion department, either digitally drawing the clothes or really making it like in real life. Because as the former speaker said, there are also different kinds of animation. There's 2D animation, there's 3D animation, there's stop motion animation, there are all sorts of animation really. If you like drawing, you can be a storyboard, artist doing the storyboards. If you like illustrating, you can also be one of the illustrators doing the color script. So there's too much to pack into like an hour, and I was happy to hear that some of you are already practicing animation in one way or the other. I heard someone talking about rigging and all. So that is great. So for you to be able to work in animation, first interest, passion, and then to be able to draw if you can't write, and then also to know a bit of technology if you are going to go the techie route, like if you want to be an animator or be part of the visual effects team and all of that. So there is room for everybody. There is room for any kind of thing that you can do on an animation project.
Thank you.
Okay, so any question?
Of course, we have like about questions, but thank you very much. I didn't get a round of applause. Somebody is all encouraged, and I don't want to say what is in your hands. God, let everybody have a God-given talent that you can always turn around and make use of, and you never know where God can take you to. So we can only take 2 questions, one from this side and one from the other side. I can only see a hand up. Yes, come forward. And anybody from this side? Or I should take both from one side.
Okay, madam, just before you go, just to encourage all you out there, you even have more opportunities now than we did. You can use social media, to your advantage, showing your works and sliding into people's DM or sending private messages. Do you know that this film I eventually made part of, I did like a short film of the full story in 2017. Do you know that in 1994, of course, many of you were still in the mind of God, I wrote Walt Disney about producing this film. And I kept writing because I didn't get any response, and I got a reply 3 years later saying that they never got that my letter, and that unfortunately they don't take stories from people, and they wish me luck in my career. Then, because I'm an artist, then I was in art school. I specialized in painting from Yaba Tech. So I just said, well, I will keep, because but I saw the future, I saw what was coming, that it's not only just going to be about fairy tales, stories will finish. They will reach out to other, like cultures, continents. I'm sure you've seen Raya, you've seen Coco, you've seen, Encanto is coming in November, it's based in Colombia. So I just want to encourage you that things don't happen like now, but things can even be faster for you. Let me just share the screen of that letter. The letterhead is Mickey Mouse. I've kept that letter since 1997, so that you just even see and be encouraged. Now, where is that letter? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Just waiting for the letter to come up. Okay. While we're waiting for the letter, maybe you can just take the 2 questions.
Can you see it now?
Not yet. Well, maybe you can.
Okay. You can ask your question. Let me stop screen share and try again. I'm all ears.
Please, I would like to ask a question.
Please ask away.
If you try writing a story and it's a very short one, and then you feel like you want to produce it, who are the right people to meet to help you produce it? And how can you be able to use a laptop to like start the drawing from animation if you already have an idea for what to look like?
Okay, nice question. But so much goes, into that. But see, for starters, if you write a story is different from a script. A script has to, you can write a story, right? Once upon a time or whatever, or just write a story. And then after writing the story, you now need a script writer, or if you can get a script writing, app or software, and trying to write it in script form, because script form is different from story. Story is narration or like reported speech, but the script, you put the different characters and their conversation. So from story, you need to take it to script. But now, my dear, what you can do if you have this your vision is when you write the story, right? Flesh out the characters, like how many characters there are going to be in your story. You need to flesh them out. Okay, even if it's a short story, maybe it is Papa, Mama, the three children in the house, their pets, a dog, a cat, and they have a car, they have other neighbors. So you need to know all the characters first that you want in your story, because even when you want to get different people like on the project, you would, once you know your character, once you know your different characters, then you can start, you can know, okay, I have 20 characters, so that means that I would need a character development artist to develop 20 characters. So you need to break, everything down. Or since if it's going to be a small story like, oh, I have only 3 characters. I don't know if any of you watched Hello, the animation short film about the black girl and her father doing her hair. In that film, there were just 4 characters. Her father, her mother, herself, and her cat. And it was a short film, and it won the Oscars last year. So you need to get the characters first, and then when you have the characters, even if you don't draw them, if you know what they want to be, then you can start asking around that, okay, please, I have the story, and I'm looking for who can help. You can go through your parents, or at least check around on social media to see who is doing what and how. But guard don't expose your story or anything. At least find out who can do different things on an animation project. Then the next step will now be, okay, what are their fees? Because you need to have an idea of what you are going to spend on the project before you even know how much you are going to look for. I don't know if that sort of answers your question, because it's much more longer and much more complex than that. But you have the story, great. How many characters, get them out. It needs to be taken to written as a script, because it is the script that whoever is going to work on it will see and come up with all the different parts of the project.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That answered the last question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please, ma'am, I'd like to ask how you are able to inculcate your animation character's speech with the person who is speaking. For example, the characters in Ice Age, how they were able to, their mouths were moving, yes, they were not the ones speaking. You had human beings speaking on their behalf. How is that possible?
Did you get the
Okay,
question?
so yes. So that is possible also with human beings and technology. So first and foremost, just like how in live action, people are actually acting and speaking, or maybe they will not speak if it's a silent film. But for animation, people actually voice the actors, and then the production takes the recording, and when when they are working on animating the characters and all, they incorporate the voicing to go with the gestures and all of that. It's all something quite interesting. I don't want to use the word, like complicated, but as I said, it takes a lot of skills and tech which cannot be trashed now. What you can do is, if you can Google, I mean, Google is your friend, as they say. I mean, how do people voice animated characters, or how is conversation done in animation? I'm sure there are many behind the scenes videos like online that you can see that will help you to see how it's done. I don't know if you can see the letter now.
Yes, you can see it.
Yeah, so can you see the date? November what? 1997. This was when I got the reply after writing for 3 years. And you can see that I was even referred to as Mr. Maybe they thought I couldn't be a lady. So it's just to show you, so like now, even though this project I'm working on is not a full Disney production, it's a partnership. But I'm part of this project. And so it has taken like how many years for me to sort of come full circle, or at least get my foot in the Walt Disney door, as it were. This journey started after I watched Lion King in 1994, and I was really inspired, and I was like, okay, these are just animals, and they're actually using American accents, so why don't we have an African story with human beings? And then it inspired me to write Tejuma Day, my own story, and then dream of it being made into a full-length animated feature. I'm still working on that. I still plan to do that. But right now, since I have a short film, I'm also working on the storybook version, and I still plan to make it into a feature film. But at least I'm happy that I trust God irrespective of people are like, animation is too hard. Why don't you make it in live action? Many women are not in need, this, that. Look where we are now. So you just have to keep at it and blot out, like noises of what people are saying. Because if you see a vision, I mean, at times you might have to delay getting to where you really want to get to, but you still have that in your mind. So please be encouraged. There is nothing you can do if you don't put your mind to it. If Walter Elias Disney did not dare to dream and do almost 100 years ago, we won't be where we are now in animation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, and so this is where we draw the curtain for the morning session. We're going on a break till 3 p.m. And because we know radio is known for always keeping to time, so please be punctual by 3 p.m. We are expected to assemble here. But I'll hand over to the teacher anchor, the public parent anchor, the modern teacher anchor. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister. I would like you to please put your hands together. Let's clap for Mrs. Ivo for handling this session very well. So, we're going to quickly just have a group photograph now, and then we'll proceed on the break. Thank you once again. Let's put our hands together for all our speakers and all our parents. Thank you. Shall we come to the stage? Teachers and the I'd like you to help us welcome Sister Josephine Chair. Sister, we'd like you to always join us at any time. Please, are you clapping for Sister? Come on, clap for Sister. Welcome, Sister. As parents, guys, would like to say thank you. Thank you most sincerely to those watching online.
Oluwani and Kaidianishi to introduce to us what will happen. Please do welcome them. You can remember.
game show. The prize LT will be testing our knowledge, the audience's knowledge, and some selected contestants on their knowledge on the entertainment industry. So, presenting the press LC.
A very good afternoon to everybody present. For this session, the Press LCA will be hosting the game show. So for this game show, there will be 3 rounds. The first round is the trivia round, where they will be asked random questions, that is the contestants. The second round being the charades, and the third round being the dance challenge. So without further ado, I'll be calling out the contestants. For GS1, Obi Udoka and Lawal Pia. For GS2, Asai J. Manuela and Woke Pearl. For GS3, Ayo Gianna and Yomi Ade Tamilore. For SS1, Ogu Melissa and Ilori Fisayo. For SS2, Chuku Choma and Alimu Tibetimu. And for SS3, Ed Anunamba Chinezere and Apaka Marisa. So team 1 are the GS1 girls. So the GS1 girls should stand here. Team 2, the GS2 girls, so please stand beside the GS1 girls. Team 3, the GS3 girls. Team 4, the SS1 girls. Team 5, the SS2 girls. And Team 6, the So we will do it set by set. GS1 girls, pick a number from 1 to 6. 4. So the first category is everyday activities. So now she has 20 seconds to act it out. It is another number. Everyday activity.
Writing.
Oh. The answer was pumping your nose. Yes, girls, please pick a number. Number three. Three has been chosen. Number three has been chosen. You can repeat number four since the
Number four.
and your time starts now. Speak up. Itele you. Correct. Let's pick up. Speak a number.
Number two.
Number two. You have 20 seconds and your time starts now. Everyday activity. Washing. Sweeping. Cleaning. Cleaning the floor. Sweeping the floor. Mopping. The answer time is up. Doing your serving. SS1 girls, pick a number. Number 3. And your time starts now.
Sorry, on the top. Pour your water in the room. Put in the bowl.
Time is up. The answer was fetching a moment. SS2 girls, pick a number. And your time starts now.
Rubbing this on.
Correct. For the SS3 girls, the only number left is number 5. And your time starts now.
Grace. Jackie.
Yes. Now we move on to the second round. So the second round of the charade is movies. So you are meant to act out movies. So I'm going to start with SS3 girls. So SS3 girls, pick a number from 1 to 10.
Number 2.
SS3 girls. You are giving 2 clues. So you are to guess. This is the Netflix movie. Fill in the gap. new and letters. Your time starts now. Netflix movie, Noah Centineo and letters. Noah Centineo, the time is up. The answer is all boys have lost. Let's figure out a number.
Number 4.
So you're too good. Storybooks come to life. Horror adventure. Your time starts now. Number 5. So you're too good. Possess and doll. Your time starts now. Possess and doll. Let's bring up a number. Number 3. So your clues are silent, noise-sensitive monsters. Your time starts now. Please. Silent. Silent, noise-sensitive monsters. Please smile. 2, 1. A quiet day. Let's figure out a number.
Number 6.
It's a Netflix movie. So your clues are blindfold, don't go out, and your time starts now. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, so can say number is number 1. So your clue is balloons and animation. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your time is up. Thank you all for your participation. I hope that you enjoyed it. We will announce the winners later. Thank you.
That was a very interesting game. Right now, we would like to welcome you all to the Blend of Talent, which consists of the creative writing LC and the French LC. The creative writing LC will be displaying a short presentation on how of the past, the present, and the future. Also, the French LCA will be teaching us about the culture of the French people, and to top all of these, they'll be singing the French anthem. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Nous sommes LCA de Français. We are lined up in formation of the F, representing France. The future of the French language and beyond. Did you all know that French is predicted to be the most widely spoken mother tongue in Europe in 2025 or by 2025, and also the most widely spoken mother tongue in the world by 2050? Just to let you know that the French language is more important than you take it to be. Aujourd'hui, on est là pour présenter la Marseillaise française, la passion française, la révolution française et la nourriture française. Je suis sûr qu'il a tout défait. Oui, on va aussi parler de ça. Amusez-vous bien.
Révolution française. D'où a commencé en 1790 et s'est terminée à la fin des années 1790. Elle marque la fin de la monarchie française. Le jour de la Bastille est le nom commun donné dans les pays anglophones et la fête nationale de la française, qui est célébrée le 14 juillet de chaque année. Merci.
La tour de feu. La tour de feu est l'un des plus grands centres touristiques de France. Il porte le nom de l'ingénieur Gustave Eiffel, dont la société a conçu et construit la tour et a été conçue pour commémorer la centurie dans la Révolution française et pour démontrer la pousse industrielle de la France au monde. Merci.
La nourriture en français. French food. La discussion en français sont incomplètes sans la mention de la nourriture. La France pousse des baguettes, fromage, croissant, vin, café, en bien plus encore. Français cuisine, parler, expression, passion, socialisation et français culture et tradition. Merci.
La mode est française et un sujet important dans la culture et la sociale étant également important dans toute son économie. Les designs et sa production. Merci.
You all will agree with me that that was an amazing performance. Please let's applaud them again. Right now, we'd like to welcome the creative writing LC. And after that, we'll have the drama LC, a short drama. Thank you.
The joys of our past, crushed by the pains of our present, now brings hope for the future. It all began with the written word.
Land flowing not just with milk and honey, but with vegetation, gold, silver, and oil, yet untapped. Sadly, our joys are frozen in time. Like a body with various specialized cells, we are diversely unified, each playing our parts, preserving our cultures. Under the Iroko tree in the moonlight, listening to the stories of our ancestors, written not on paper or slate, but engraved in the tablets of our hearts. The songs of the women in our land, preserved in our mother tongue, bursting with laughter we danced to the rhythm of their written song. From our united past, immersed present, eaten, overwhelmed by grief, corruption, kidnapping, insecurity, and blood. Then the plague came, putting people in disarray. Gunshots filled the air as the words end SARS deafening ears. Dead bodies filled the streets. A peaceful protest turned chaotic. Parents searching for the bodies of their offspring. Unity and love seemed to have left. Brother and sister against each other, envy killing us all. Our own pride, stealing away love. Ghosts of the past brought to life. Disunity reigning. Rebellion and destruction taking root in the younger generation, taking away all hope. This is our now. The present crafted with our own hands. Is there hope for a better future, or shall we remain in cake and fashions? We hope that from this harmony of the present, a melodious future will be brought forth. one in which greed, corruption, kidnapping, insecurity, and bloodshed only exist within the pages of a fictional story. There will come a time when law will mean justice and not the personal interest of the government. A time when people will speak and their voices will be heard. A time when whites will stretch their hands to the blacks. If the past is a forgotten story, then the future is an unread novel. A novel in which tribes hold hands and culture dance each other's once forgotten mother tongue. A place where our blood-clotted presence will be remembered as the chapter that showed our greatest values overcome. The future is a book where each chapter will show our newfounded hope, trust, brotherly love, and how conflict exists no more. A novel titled Peace to a Black Patriot. Truly, it will be a Nobel Prize winner, a piece meant for only the finest library. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The winds blow, raindrops, thunderbolts, storm rage, night falls pitch black, with a pinch of sparkle called stars. In the darkness, evil winds, monsters crawl, and poison boils. The day breaks, just a strip of light, a new day, a new beginning. The pain felt the night before, all melted under the morning sun. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The rainbow glows brightly, signifying a new beginning, a fresh promise, and the peace that comes after a storm. For us creative writers, we prevailed over brainstorms and emerged victorious with rainbow. That is, recreating a world with innovation, new minds, brave hearts, outstanding women. We believe in our creative words that it will recreate the dying world today into something better. We'll innovate new minds, we'll strengthen the hearts of all, both brave and weak, and develop outstanding women. Rainbow is a new promise for the future. Many of you here will spend over 1,000 naira to get a book. One book equals one story, which is about 1,500. But let's get down to business. Imagine one book, over 20 stories across various topics, all in one book, for only 1,500. Our book Rainbow here is an anthology of all we have brought for all we have put together throughout this term as an LCA. As an LCA, that is creative writing. And our books will be available for sale as our exhibition stand. Make sure you get a copy. And I promise you, you will not regret it. Thank you.
Everyone should get a copy. Everyone should get a copy. Parents, please get copies for your children. Thank you.
That was an interesting talk by the Creative Writing LCA. Next up, we have the Drama LCA, and they'll be talking. And drama is all about an up-and-coming artist and the story of his success. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all have a lovely day so far. We are the executives of the Drama LCA. Do you know that drama is not just about going to the stage and putting on a performance? We need you to know that we members of the Drama LCA don't just consider drama as acting. It is not just about going on stage and following the scripts. Drama is more than that. It goes way beyond the limits. Having said this, it will interest you to know that drama also entails dancing.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, the way that things have been. Second, don't you tell me what you think that I can be. I'm the one at the sail, I'm the master of my sea. Oh, the master of my sea. I was broken from a young age, took my soul into the masses, writing my poems for the people that look at me, shook me, killing me, singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message, from the veins, speaking my lesson, from the brain, seeing the beauty through the...
Wow, what does that lovely dance from our actresses? That's not all drama has to offer. Do you know that drama, your beautiful voices can also be heard? We are singers.
Soldier boy comes marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home.
And of course, we can't round this up without telling you that actors and actresses also own the stage.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to your favorite 7 p.m. talk show. With me here today is your number one artist, Fizzy Fresh.
I'm really so glad to have you today on my talk show, and I'm quite sure most of my viewers out there are super glad that you were picked for this interviewing process. But not to waste much of our time, we went straight into our agenda today. So far, we've had pressing questions from your fans, and the very question I'm about to ask you is pretty much an expected question, yes, but I really hope you'll be able to take the hit in today. Number one says, what was your success story like? I mean, how did life treat you just before you became who you are today?
My journey. Now, let me tell you my story.
It's Celtic vibes. Zlatan.
This is it. This is it. Taking this to the mixer. I'm taking this to the mixer. Hello? Fizzy Fresh speaking.
Tani Fizzy Fresh! Fizzy Fresh abi Fisayo! Fisayo! Don't forget to do what I have to do in that house. I'm already at the gate. In fact, I'm already, I'm already inside.
Ma, I've been busy. I've been busy.
Fisayo!
I've been making mixtapes.
Fisayo!
I'm ready to take us out of here, ma. I'm ready to take us out of here.
Take it out where?
I'm leaving the house now.
Fisayo, come back here. Is this you? Jeez! Fisayo! Have you done all the things that Fizzy Fresh abi Fisayo what again?
Look, if you look,
Look
ma,
what?
look, if you look at it this way, look, ma, I've been really busy.
See,
Ma. Look,
180 in jam. You will not miss your jam. You are missing beats. You allow your jam to jam you. You are missing beats. The only thing you are missing is a
I'm not
radio.
fine.
The only thing you are missing is what?
My jam does not affect my beats.
Was I laughing? Shit. Fizzy! Fizzy Hey! You're welcome, my guy.
Yeah, my guy. I'm here to talk business with you. Don't laugh me. Don't no they laugh me. No they laugh me.
Okay, sorry.
No they laugh me. This one no. I have this beef here. I've been working on it since. That's why I've not called you since. That's why I've not called you. You know, you like my new anyway, like I was saying. I've been working on this beat since, and I feel like I'm going to make it big. This is it, you know? This is it! And like, it's you, Wale.
Me that what?
It has always been you.
That what?
From the beginning, Wale, it has been me and you. And you're my backup singer. I just have to let you know that you will be my backup singer.
Guy, don't dey whine me now.
I'm not.
You don't dey whine me,
I'm not whining you.
Guy, don't dey whine me,
I'm whining you.
That is your backup dancer.
But this Lagos.
Lagos that what?
It's Lagos, Wale.
What happened to Lagos?
Mom is tired of me.
What happened?
I need a place to stay.
You need a place to what?
I need a place to stay. So just to rest my head for a few days before the music takes
So
off.
all these things that
And
you're saying that you want to do what?
can I squat at your place?
You want to squat in my place?
Yes.
Not really squat. You see some assault. How many times do you wash your clothes in a week? You want to squat in my place?
I will soon be employing people.
That's not my question.
Will you all don't understand that? This is art. I do art. I deal with the future, not the limits.
See. You know the thing.
That's what I do.
The only time you squat my place, if you promise me that you
Look, I'm standing in your house, Wale.
you don't know where chair is in my house. You do that want to stand down. My friend, get that chair for yourself, Joe.
Cause I made the mistake of telling it in my backup singer, right? Wale. So, can I stay?
You stay now.
I knew it.
You
Wale of Lagos. Wale.
The wife, you know
Wale. Wale of Lagos. It's not the second leg of the ship.
The English girl named Fiona. Big bad girl named Abiola. Got the yoni shaped like cola. Back up, bring it to the owner.
What's up on the roads, Colonel? Don't chat to my bros on the thing. Fuck that, man, I don't give a thing. We all like a slow cigarette.
English girl named Fiona. African girl Abiola. Got the yoni shaped like cola. Back up, here come closer. Vida Lota. Red hands are tight, never sober. Sit tight, here I'm over. 200 more takes than over. Remember bad man persona. Bad man alone can controller. Serious is top and over. Teaching my head in
We really do own the stage. By now, you are all aware of the fact that the members of the Drama LCA don't just go on stage to put on a performance without the conviction that we are fully prepared and capable. We are skilled, and that's why the members of the Drama LCA have different talents which will blend together to enable us become future stars, and indeed, we will go beyond the limits.
Thank you and do have a lovely day.
Shall we clap for our girls? Shall we clap for the blend of talents? One of the things we do at the Louisville co-curricular activities called LCA is to encourage these talents to develop them. Thank you most sincerely.
To our parents who are physically here, please do pick up the customized t-shirts at the back there so that we know the units left. Pick up your own t-shirts customized for this event over there.
Thank you. Please, we're going straight to Art Subject Awards. And to help call out these awards is no other person other than the head of Humanities 1 department and person of Sister Constance debut. Keep clapping. Are you clapping in French? Applaudissez-la. And to help present the first set of this award, help me welcome our legal expert in the PTA, Mrs. Odushote. Come on, jam your hands together as we welcome her. Are you clapping? Come on, make some noise.
Merci, merci, merci. It has been a lovely day, right? But do you know what? I was brought up to believe that the difference between a successful person and failure often lies in the fact that the successful man will profit by his mistakes and try again in a different way. Do you agree with me? Also, successful people have always and in everything been a quarter of an hour ahead of time. A quarter of an hour ahead of time. Since the beginning of this program, some of you students have been called upon to receive your awards. Now it is time for us in the arts. Creativity. I didn't hear that. Creativity. Good. Today we want to reward our students. And we wish to recognize each and every one of them because some students have excelled in the art subjects. Students who would say have gone a quarter ahead of time. So without wasting much time, we wish to call them up one after the other. We begin with the junior school, JSS1, Ezora Chinazekere, French language, third position with 92.77%. In line with that is Stephen Lemon Ayo, civic education, third position, 96.94%. Guys, you are not clapping loud. Following is Ogulano Agatha, Yoruba language, third with 98.48%. Ensuite, nous avons Ojo Faith, Yoruba language, second position with 98.83%. Ensuite, Ogwamana Olivia Amara, English language, second with 95.69%. Puis, Eliabu Chika Ann, English language, with first position at 95.75%. Okay. Obima Chioma History, first position with 92.50%. Line is Amaka Klo Olere, Social Studies, third position with 96.13%. Cultural Creative Arts, second position with 94.51%. And Civic Education, first position with 97.94%. Latunji Oni, Ajalaoluwa, French language, second position with 93.49%. Social Studies with second position with 97.33%. Cultural Creative Art, first position with 95.20%. Following is Fakule Joanna, History, second position with 91.10%. Social Studies with first position with 98.17%. Yoruba language, first position, 99.40%. Ensuite, nous avons Ariri-Gouzo, Chiwendu, Eliana, Cultural Creative Arts, third position with 93.28%. English language, third position with 94.35%. Civic education with second position with 97.06%. History, second position with 91.10%. French language, first position with 95.34%. Now we move to GSS 2. We call on Wagu Chimobi. French language, third position with 94.26%. Following is Atumoyogo Chinenye, Civic Education, third position with 94.84%. Ensuite, nous avons Chikeze Chinkamchi, Social Studies, second position with 94.16%. Following is Williams Biyinfoluwa, Yoruba language, second position with 98.50%. Ensuite, nous avons Adefarati Temiloluwa, French language, second position with 95.74%. Then we have Ashikadon Ehinome, History, first position with 97.50%. Then we have Alakwe Ekoma, Cultural Creative Art, first position with 93.94%. Guys, you are not clapping, it's not easy. Then we have Arinze Wokoya Marachi, Social Studies, first position with 94.78%. Then Adetu Oluwatosin, Yoruba language, first position with 98.97%. Ensuite, nous avons Attackable, English language, third position with 93.71%. History, third position with 97%. Please clap for her. Then we have Ojo Osemekai Amaris. Cultural Creative Arts, third position with 93.51%. Social Studies, third position with 93.76%. Please clap for them. Please keep clapping until she gets here. It's not easy. Amadi Kansiyochukwu, English language, second position with 95.10%. Civic education, second position with 97.11%. History, first position with 97.50%. Then we have Udechukwu Onyinye, Yoruba language, third position with 95.75%. Cultural Creative Arts, second position with 93.52%. French language, first position with 97.31%. English language, first position with 93.71%. Civic education, first position with 97.42%. We move to the JSS3. Chukwu Ogachukwu, Social Studies, third position with 34.35%. Then Olatunde Christiana, Yoruba language, third position with 96.12%. Ensuite, nous avons Brown, Prayer, History, second position with 99%. Please clap for her. Then we have Francois Olaseni, Yoruba language, second position with 96.58%. Ensuite, nous avons Adebanjo Ademide, Social Studies, second position with 94.40%. There is someone here that is so outstanding. She just got everything. Do you know who that is? Who can guess? Obi Okafor Okechukwu History, first position with 100%. Please keep clapping, it's not easy. Agubata Nneka, Civic Education, third position with 94.55%. French language, first position with 92.10%. Then we have Atumayogo Chidima, History, second position with 99%. Cultural Creative Arts, first position with 94.06%. Guys, are you tired? I can't hear you clapping. Then we have Bosade Oluwamodoti, English language, third position with 89.94%. Social studies, first position with 95.75%. Yoruba language, first position with 98.42%. Ensuite, nous avons IB et Lenchi, Cultural Creative Art, third position with 92.50%. Civic Education, second position with 96.09%. French language, second position with 91.70%. English language, second position with 92.31%. From this class, we have the last but not the least, Onavo Juan, French language, third position with 89.76%. Cultural Creative Arts, second position with 93.89%. Civic Education, first position with 97.47%. English language, first position with 93.22%. We move to the senior school. We begin with the SS1. We have Anedu Kamsiyochukwu, English language, third position with 86.38%. Ensuite, nous avons Kayode Edward Epsiba, Yoruba language, third position with 71.58%. Following her is Olutayo Simi Loluwa, Civic Education, third position with 95.76%. Then for visual arts, we have Keke Christine, third position with 93.03%. Following her is Daniel Shamsa, literature in English, third position with 92.07%. Then we have Mauriri Chiamaka, government, third position with 93.12%. Ensuite, nous avons Ojekwa Amarisa Idi, French language, third position with 80.58%. Then we have Esa Iyoluwa, Yoruba language, second position with 82.54%. For visual arts, we have Atakaba Tamara, second position with 93.07%. Then Ojekere Oyoza, English language, second position with 86.41%. Ensuite, nous avons Adeloye Ayomipo, Yoruba language, first position with 87.03%. Then we have Woods Agnes, literature in English, first position with 94.80%. Visual arts, first position with 98.14%. Then we have Ogutuwashe Fortress. Literature in English, second position with 92.66%. Government, first position with 94.41%. Civic education, first position with 97.79%. Keep clapping. To end this class, we have Olukami Oluwatonilaba. Government, second position with 94.28%. Civic education, second position with 96.39%. English language, first position with 88.55%. French language, first position with 86.15%. Wait, you are too many in this class. You are really many in the arts, but we thank God. Creativity. Are you not happy that you are more than the others? I can see that in you.
Make some noise, come on!
We move to the last class on the list, the SS2. We have Fati Regun, Eboluwa, literature in English, first position with 93.54%. Ensuite, nous avons Adefuye Moyin Oluwa, English language, third position with 87.09%. Following her is Amadi Obi Jachima, visual arts, third position with 87.21%. Then we have Obioka for Uche, civic education, third position with 97.30%. Ensuite, nous avons Asika Chidera, French language, third position with 92.40%. Ensuite, nous avons Adjoa Chukwuzike, government, second position with 85.16%. Then we have Akinye Ejamari, literature in English, second position with 94.99%. Following her is Rufai Eniola, civic education, second position with 97.52%. Please clap for her. Ensuite, nous avons Amusa Bemisola, Yoruba language, second position with 86.06%. Then we have Adiola Gloria, Yoruba language, first position with 86.68%. Then we have Ogunbi Oluwatoyi, English language, first position with 89.28%. Then we have Charles Azike Onyinyechi, civic education, first position with 97.75%. Please clap for her. Please clap there, clap there, clap there. Applaudissez. Then we have for French language, second position with 93.29%, Ngige Rosemary. In line with that is government, first position, 86.18%. Ensuite, nous avons un nouveau français. French language, first position with 93.56%. Visual arts, second position with 90.68%. And government, third position with 83.98%. Wow, I think I need water. The last on the list is no other person than you got it. Wadu Chijinbu, English language, second position with 87.88%. Literature in English, first position with 95.59%. Visual arts, fourth position with 94.50%. And beside that is Mr. Wagu, the PTA chairman of Louisville High School. Clap for her. Please let us also clap for Mrs. Ogushete. I would like to round up this session by saying, hello guys. What about mine? What position will you give me? Thank you. Before leaving, I wish to leave you with these thoughts by Arno. He says, and I quote, in life, the great thing is to keep on trying. The worst mistake is to give up. Always remember that tomorrow is much more important than yesterday. Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we say merci, Marcel? Come on, put your hands together for the HOD Humanities 1 Department, Sister Constance Dibier. I would like to say thank you to our mother, the legal expert in the PTA, Mrs. Odushote. Once again, jam your hands together for them. Come on, jam your hands, girls. There is an adage in Yoruba language that says that when a child does something well, the child becomes that of the father. When the child misbehaves, the father will say, you see your daughter. I saw very clearly how that the PTA chairman was proud of his daughter and jumped on his feet to take photographs with the daughter. That was fine. And I also want to say that where I was seated, when Fortress 2 was called, I just did my hand like this. Thank you, girls, for making all your parents proud. Can I say congratulations to all of you who have made your parents proud. Come on, jam your hands together for yourselves. And you also had those who didn't get prizes. That is not to discourage you. Your time is coming, and the time is now. Next time, you're going to get your own prize too. So work harder. Don't give up on yourself. The parents, as soon as the PTA chairman unveils the gravity, he will make a speech or tell us something or say something to us or do something or give us something. He will just do something because the finished work has been done. The girls in that group have spent money on ink, on pens, so all those fine things parents were busy doing, let them not think that this is for free. But the PTA chairman, of course, has always been taking care of us. And so we trust him. We know he's going to do something.
He did
Come on,
something
jam your
before.
hands for him. Come on.
Do something now.
He did something
Before.
and he's doing it again.
Yes,
and he will do it again.
Yes.
Good.
You can always trust him. He will give us something.
Oh. Okay. I'm sure that the PTA chairman may even decide that after unveiling that this should go to maybe Sister Matilda, or maybe the PTA chairman, or maybe one of the sisters, or maybe Sister Tiab, or maybe the provincial leader, or even the parents. So the decision is his to take. Jam your hands together again for the number one parent on this compound. Come on.
Good day to everyone present. We are the members of the Creative Arts LCA. Earlier on, we informed you on how we were going to complete the artwork that was done by some people. And we are here to unveil it. Who can get the name of this artwork? Who can get the title of the artwork? Well, you get wrong. We are calling it prisoner of conscience. Why? Because we would like to use this artwork to express for those who cannot express themselves, those who are restricted in their own homes, those who are restricted in every area of their life, both mentally, emotionally, and physically. So, do unveil it.
Sister Veronica Obi, please do join us up here on behalf of the school management. Thank you, sister. Let's welcome sister up stage.
Wow. Wow. Do you recollect? Do you remember this?
Prisoner of conscience.
Wow, this is completely different from what I saw. You know what? Because I put 2 earrings. I was looking for those earrings now. It seems it has disappeared in the maze of colors. This is beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. On behalf of the PTA, I will actually want the unveiling to continue tomorrow when we have a parent MC. You know, there was something we did sometime in the past. Those here now will do their own unveiling, and tomorrow we'll continue with those who are around tomorrow. I'm going to unveil this. I don't know whether it is what is expected because some teachers were prompting me, do something, do something. I'm going to call on all PTA ESCO members, including subcommittee members. If you are a member of any subcommittee of the PTA, please come forward so that we can show some unitedness, unism. Engineer Gedemba, are you there? I saw you earlier in the day. Engineer Gedemba, are you there? Chika, a member of the security committee. All members of the security committee, please come and give us security. Let's put our hands together for our parents. Mrs. Oji Naka. You are a subcommittee member. Just come and give us your moral support. And I'm going to unveil it on behalf of myself. I'm going to unveil it with 100,000 naira. So I will yield
to the other school members so that again we will continue the unveiling tomorrow because we've not seen this before. Most of us contributed to this drawing, so it's like showing appreciation for our own artwork. At the end of the day, I like to be democratic. I'm going to conduct a mock election, and they will decide what we do with this picture. If they want us to take it home, we take it home. If they vote that we should return it in school in a conspicuous manner, we will do that. But let me yield to the vice chairperson.
Come on, put your hands together for the PTA chairman, girls. Come on. Are you clapping?
Good evening, children. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sisters. Honestly, when they opened this up, I was wondering if it was same picture. You girls are amazing. This is very nice. My husband is not here. Is he here? Is he here? Am I prepared? Okay, on behalf of myself, my husband, and my children, and the ones that have gone, we will support with 100,000 naira.
Make some noise, girls. Come on. Make some noise. Well, I'm a lover of art. What I would have suggested was for us to do an auction for this art. And I can assure you that we can raise as much as 1 million to take this piece of art home. But I don't know if the artists are willing to auction it because artists are very, very particular about their work. But let me just follow suit and do as my chairman has done. Normally, I'm not supposed to do as much as my chairman, but because I'm a lover of art and I'm not restrained, I support this work with 100,000 naira. Come on, jam your hands together for our parents. Are you clapping?
Good evening, students, parents, and in line with what my chairman have actually said, yeah, my name is Mr. Chike Okachuku. I'm a member of the security committee. So, in line with the chairman, we will not want to surpass our chairman. So, I will support on behalf of my family, You are free to do more than me. You know I'm a retiree. So some of you are still in that.
No, we know where we're coming from. We know where we're coming from.
More than me.
So we'll support with 99,999 cover. Yeah. In support of the chairman, Mr. Odukoya, a member of the audit committee.
Okay, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. The last speaker is Mr. Chike Okachuku. He's a member of the security committee. I think he was introduced in the last general meeting of the PTA. He's been up and doing, he's all over the place in this school. You will see more and hear more from him in the future. The next person that is speaking now is Mr. Odukoya Ilori. He is the auditor of the school. He was the one that did the audit of the last year's financial statements pro bono. That is free of charge. And he's here with us today.
I support the chairman with 100,000 naira.
Whatever a man can do, a woman can do better. I yield the floor to women now.
Okay. This is a very beautiful piece of art. I mean, I can't put a price to this, but on behalf of my husband, my children, and myself,
I'll launch you with an undisclosed amount, anonymous between me and the school. Thank you. I'll see you with the principal later. Thank you.
Okay, okay. And that's a. Here comes the legal criminal. Mrs. Odusote, Barrister Odusote, solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria.
Well, this is very beautiful, but like Mr. Wagu said, I'm Mrs. Odushote, so I'm representing Dr. Odushote here. So we will give an undisclosed amount and we will pay, as soon as we know the account to pay to, we will credit the account.
Mrs. Uju Uzo Ojinnaka. She's
Subcommittee, Fourth Committee. No, let her say anything she wants to say.
She said I shouldn't say anything.
Even the microphone knows that I don't want to talk. You must talk. So, because I'm a shy person, and my husband isn't here, and I'm a very obedient wife, I'll wait for the American auction tomorrow, and you will hear from us. Thank you. I trust you.
Okay, like I said, we will thank you very much for coming out to support. You know, we have been working together. If any parent wants to join us, please feel free to come now. It's not because we did not recognize you. I just needed some people to give me some moral support. That's why I called the people that I know. If any parents want to join us here, please come up stage now. We will give you some time to introduce yourself. If not, then we will continue tomorrow, certainly. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A round of applause for the parents. Guys, you can be loud. I can't hear you. May I plead that you please hear you? You're not clapping. I can't hear you, girl. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends, may I crave your indulgence that at this time now, the PTA chairman is going to lead this team to the exhibition stand there. We're going straight for exhibition. So they will walk through the exhibition stand, look at the artwork that has been produced by students of the different LCA groups, appreciate them, admire them, if possible, do whatever they want us to do with them. As they go, the remaining parents at the pavilion, students help me clap for the remaining parents. Let the parents go there. Parents, you are free to move to the exhibition stand now. Are you clapping, students? Parents said if you don't clap, they won't go there. So parents, clapping? Come on. We go to the exhibition stand. All parents, guests, and friends to the exhibition stand. They can be followed now by students representing the arts group. As soon as the parents get there, and the parents sitting at the back there, please, we want you to go to the exhibition stand so that you can see some of the artwork done by your children, what they have been doing in the LCA, the Louisville Co-Curricular Activity Group. Please, we want you to see them. The painting, everything were done by the students, and it is good that you see what your children have been doing. Each time they tell you we have LCA, go see what they do with their time on Tuesdays, 3 to 4:30 p.m. every day. Once again, put your hands together for your parents. SS2 in the color orange, you can follow the parents immediately. Thank you. We are moving to the exhibition stand. We're on commentaries from the exhibition stand. I'm inviting SS2 students in the color
orange color to also come to the exhibition stand. Teachers in the arts group, come to the exhibition stand.
Every girl in the orange color, we're moving to the exhibition stand. So, all of you go.
Exhibition stand.
Some of our parents have indicated interest in buying the materials.
Mr. Itele, Mr. Odulade, Mr. Deyemi, please come to the stand. Mr. Odulade, come to the stand. Itele, your attention is required here.
Come over to the stand.
You are not responsible.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Le mouvement a été très très ravissant. Nos élèves sont formidables. Comme nous l'avons très bien vu, la présentation des dessins animés, la présentation des théâtres et la majorité des activités sont vraiment très très formidables. À vrai dire,
parmi nos chers parents, chers invités, vraiment, merci pour votre contribution, merci pour ce que vous avez fait pour nous. Ça a été vraiment une très grande joie de contribuer au programme des arts aujourd'hui, parlant de la créativité au-delà des limites. La créativité au-delà des limites. Vraiment, ce programme a été très fantastique, comme vous l'avez suivi depuis le matin, à travers la présentation en français, la présentation en Igbo, la présentation en Hausa, toutes différentes sortes de langues. Comme vous l'avez même dit, pour montrer la beauté de la langue. Fantastique. Fantastique. Vraiment, vraiment, ce programme a été vraiment très fantastique. Oui, ceci, je vais passer le micro de M. Atola. Oui, et puis continuer le programme. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. All I can say is this is a week. Fantastic. I had it fantastic. It was thank you very much. Excellent. We have together last week. One that we had do pick up one right there. Parents who have the customized t-shirts, please come over to the table here. Take yours because they have been tagged for you. They have according to your size. Please take the way
Ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends, ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends, viewers all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends, viewers all over the world, it's the 5 of our stream week and it's the art day. You can see that at this moment we're at the exhibition stand and we have various artwork displayed, various artistic work created by the students. We are looking at the different artwork created by some of our students who have graduated and some of our students who are still in school. It's the exhibition stand. These work are original production of the students of Louisville Girls High School, Itele. Most of the artwork that you see are original to them. And we are currently at the art stand. It's been a wonderful time at the exhibition stand. We can see various artwork, original work of our students. Earlier in the day, we had the graffiti, and the finished product of that graffiti, which was started in the morning, is here. Ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends, it's been a very aesthetic time. It's been a wonderful time. It's been a beautiful time. We are truly swimming in the world of arts. We innovate with animation, we paint your pictures, we tell your stories the African way. We bring smiles to your faces with our artwork. We bring healing to the world. We cure you of boredom as we bring variety to you through this various display of talent. Ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends, we are still at the exhibition stand. I'd like to hand over to Monsieur Emmanuel to take over from where I stopped. Monsieur Emmanuel, can you tell us in French what you have witnessed so far?
Aujourd'hui est le cinquième jour. Le premier jour était présenté par la science, le deuxième jour par la technologie, le troisième jour par la religion, le quatrième jour par l'économie, et le cinquième jour qui est représenté par les arts. Les arts qui sont combinés par la langue yoruba, la langue française, la langue haoussa, la langue anglaise. Donc, comme vous pouvez le constater actuellement, vous voyez que nous avons les différents travaux artistiques qui ont été faits par nos élèves. Présentement, vous verrez l'image de notre principale, la directrice, Sister Mathilda Adeboye. Comme vous pouvez le voir directement actuellement, c'est la directrice de l'école, LOUISVILLE High School présentement, qui a été représentée par nos élèves, comme vous pouvez le voir actuellement. Ce sont les travaux qui ont été faits par nos élèves présentement que vous voyez. Et présentement aussi, vous voyez ce beau tableau qui a été arrangé par nos élèves. Ça a été arrangé par nos élèves après avoir été fait par le président des parents des élèves. Et ensuite, vous verrez aussi présentement une photo, la photo de nos élèves qui vous sont présentés présentement. Et vous verrez que nous avons nombreux sont les photos que nous avons présentement. So, nous vous remercions de nous avoir suivis depuis le début de ce programme. Bonne continuation. Monsieur Boutouachi à vous. So, nous sommes maintenant, nous voulons mettre fin au programme de ce soir. S'il vous plaît, pouvons-nous nous retourner à notre place. Merci à vous qui nous regardez en ligne. Merci seulement.
Let's go back into the main hall.
Students, go back to your seat. Unless you are at the stand, please go back to your seat. I said to girls, go back to your seat. Unless you are. Go to your seat. Go to your seat. Go to your seat. Are you supposed to be here? Go to your seat. Go. Go back to your seat and set it down.
Students, may I ask that we give a very top clap to our parents and all our viewers all over the world. Okay, very quickly we'll call on members of the press to announce the result of the game show. And then the gift will collect the gifts in the school area from the members of the press club. Help and welcome members of the press club.
Good day, everyone present. I'm sure you all enjoyed the game show that was held earlier by the press club. So the results are finally here. During the compilation of the results, we realized that three classes actually had the same score. So we used that time and that speed to cut the break, determine the first, second, and third. So, in coming in first, we have just two girls, so please clap for them. Coming in second, we have SS1 girls, please clap for them. And coming in third, we have SS2 girls, please clap for them. Representatives that represented them in this competition should meet us later to collect their gifts. Thank you.
Well, tomorrow is mathematics day. And SS3 students, you wait, world history, planning committee, and one other group. I can't remember now. But mathematics, world history, SS3 students, and one other group should wait to prepare for tomorrow.
Viewers all over the world, online viewers, our parents, students, we have come to the end of the program today, the Arts Day. It's been creativity at its finest, beyond the limits, and you all agree with me that it's been a wonderful day, it's been a colorful day, and at this point in time, we'd like to end this program, and to help us end this program is no other person other than the Vice Principal Administration of the school, Sister
Veronica Ifeanyiwa Obi. Let's welcome her.
Shall we rise? Shall we rise, please? Shall we have some quiet, please? Those of you behind, settle down for prayer. Those of you behind, those of you still talking and moving, settle down. After all this time, you will agree that the Lord deserves some quiet. He deserves some time. And so we begin our prayer in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for a day like this. We thank you because you are great, because you are faithful, because you are almighty, and because you are King. We know that whenever we call upon your name, you are always there. You have always heard our prayers. And so, dear Lord, we ask that all our thanksgiving,
all our praises, our gratitude be accepted before your holy name. Father, we ask that as we depart this place, that you give us restful evenings, that you will rejuvenate us and refresh us and keep us good and healthy for tomorrow. We thank you for all our parents, all our guests that you have brought to us safely. We commend and commit into your hands those who will still be coming in tomorrow. We ask, Lord, that you will be with them and that you will grant us huge and great success tomorrow in Jesus' name. We pray and ask you, Lord, for all those who will be going back to their different destinations today, that you will also lead them safely back home. We pray, Lord, that you will bless us, especially those of us that are ill during this period, and that you will renew our strength and grant them healing. These and many others we ask through Christ our Lord. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. St. Louis, in the name of the Father,
Please, all members of the arts group, come back to the stage for the photograph, the last photograph. Come back to the stage. Members of the arts group, Sister Vero, please, you wait to join us in the photograph. Members of